Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. I hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. My face tracking is being weird, but my eye at the same time is also being weird. I didn't. Oh, that's the wrong button. I hope everyone's having a great Tuesday. I think I'm starting off today's stream by trying to fix the server and stuff. I feel like I wanna. Alright, I have to change that number back. What's the number? What's the number today? -60? Okay. Still loading, cool. So I've gotten most of the mods loaded at this point. Just like this section, I guess, that like I still need to do. I think a big one that was like breaking it was Cosmopolitan, which sucked, but I guess we don't really need it. So keep waiting for it to see if it'll load. I think I posted everything except for the VOD for today, so let's do that. What? Let's see, last week was the 24th. My troubles on a burning wire, hold it up and I start to smile. On a burning cage. Which promos, thumbnails are 30 finish stations. And highlights. Today, delete today. Right, the one I just highlighted was Monday. Cool. Up and I start to smile. See, Tuesday. And insert image. Thumbnails, art. Oops, I switched that. Should have the 27th in here as well. Put these in here. Okay. Refresh. Yeah, we have the 27th. Cool. And beep 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 beep. And then go back to here. Oop. Oop. And this one. Nope. That should be this one. Doop. Doop. Yes, creative. Nope. Nope. Edit this tag system. Make this English. Not really sure putting the language matters, but if I remember, I do it. Public, publish. Now I can check off. Okay, Minecraft loaded. I can check these off. Save. Okay. But I forgot to edit the title. Save. There we go. And that will be uploading. I'm gonna collapse this for now. Okay, that worked out well, which is good. Create central kitchen. We have that one. Create central kitchen. Create big cannons. Create interiors. Yep, create confectionery, create ore excavation, create confectionaries, create interiors, create this one, diesel generators, create liquid fuel. Not seeing create cafe, which is unfortunate, but I think that'll be okay. Create crystal clear. Create extended cogwheel. Extended cogwheel. Interesting. Oh, there it is. Create saver. Cafe. Extended cogwheels. Oops. Liquid fuel. And new age. There we go. Now hopefully those will all work well. And if they don't, it's probably because I need to do an alpha branch of mods, which isn't that big of a deal, to be honest. Okay, so while that loads, I don't super want to do... Let's see, did I back up the server? Yes, I did. So this is MC mod no club BTB world 1 backup 1. Make a new folder called world backups. I think that's the only thing I need to back up. Cool. Shut these in here. Okay. It needs Richie's projectile. Okay. Add Richie's projectile library. Okay. Oops. Okay, this is another lib that we're adding. Okay. Kill instance, play. Let's see. It looks like all the create mods are working nicely together. It'll just be whether the other ones from the other add-ons like Ars Creo, and the like food mods will like it. The food mods are kind of the next big ones. So and the furniture mods, but the furniture mods are kind of standalone, so I'm not really worried about that. I remove one of them. Because I think re-chisels and chisels... No, they're different. They're different. Could not initialize plan. Extended copy of blocks. Create has failed to load correctly. Okay, let's try to launch it one more time. Maybe one of those things where it just needs another launch. I might change these. 1.01, 1.0. Yeah. I should have done it as... Yeah, okay. Actually... This will be V2 actually. I think we're fine. Okay. It's because of Create. Create has failed a little bit traveling. Okie dokie. No class. Could not initialize class com.simibubby create.all blocks. Stick to me like a man. Okay, let's try a previous version of Create then. Probably the problem. Thank you for the head pat. Live in the garden. That's the no garden. When you say, I think I need it. I understand. I'm so glad you came. When you say you're so stick. To be honest, I should have done all the create mods last, I think. Create needs 6.6 or above. Create generators. Okay, so that list is easier to fix. Create big cannons version. Create 6.6 or above. Of the tile. Okay, 5.01 patch. This is all the cannons. Fixed. To get better operate on. Retaliate like before. 6.6 or above. You would think they would say which version they would want. Dancing aloud to the rhythm. Let's create 0.51 patch. Create 0.5. Prepare for copycats plus. Everybody comes with the overhaul cannon mounts. I don't see what create version it wants. 5.0. Create V6 on so maybe the one before it, maybe. And then create diesel. US to K4. Order to create 0.6. Let's see this one. Central kitchen. There's my central kitchen. This one. Versions. Exponder issue. Update the 6.9 things we refer as efforts. Okay, so then yeah, we'll go one back again. Central kitchen and then railways. Rails. Okay, I'm resuming this one. Versions, and then we'll go to 6.06. I don't know if this one will be better, but we'll find out. We'll find out. So if this one works, oh, it doesn't. Pretty big handing. Okay, so we gotta go back more. Update to create 6.6. Oh, I'm really concerned about this one. Steam Railways has me concerned. Create big cannons. Okay, we go back another one, and then same with Central Kitchen, we'll go back another one. Into the bridges and burn through the bridges. Okay, so now it's just Central Kitchen that's a problem. Let's do this version. Yeah, this is for 6.0, so this one should work. Honestly, I should have just made this list too wide, so let me just fix that. Okay. I'm just gonna make sure these are all sorted. Sort range. Sort. Central Kitchen requires 6.4. What if I put, wait, actually, versions 6.04? Actually, I think if I just did that, that would have fixed it, right? Let's check. The back of my Dracula. Witches and burn through the witches to the back of my Dracula. It's gameplay. I think Mosey's Cataclysm is not. Okay, now it's crashing. I think it's because these guys. Let's try on 6.02, 6.06. Is Central Kitchen necessary? Because, like, okay, if we go back, okay. 6.03, I think. Maybe that'll fix it. Like, what's it? Okay. What is Mosey? Mosey's is a. Wanna know what its tags are? The compatibility mod. I think gameplay mod is fine then. Talk about it. Okay, so Central Kitchen. Ooh, Central Kitchen, you are bugging me. Wait, did I not install the right one? Talk about the drama. Let's sort these guys. Be like A, B, C, D, E. No, maybe those ones are fine. I think those are fine. Central Kitchen requires. Ooh. Alright, well, we'll try the one before it, but I'm worried that it's not gonna work. Because. Do these not have 6.6 updates though? What if I did 6.5? Oh, I'll try that one. If that doesn't work for this one, then we'll probably try to go to a previous version for 6.05. Yeah, okay, that didn't work. So let's do 6.05. And then let's update these and see what happens. And I'll also add Croptopia and create. Error during mod loading. Is it gonna crash? It requires 6.6 or above. Okay. Okay, that's a lot better. Create big cannons. We go to versions. It should be this one. Yeah, boy. I know how Croptopia and create. I'm gonna make sure the versions of this though. This is for SG handling minor changes. Sure. Okay. I'm thanking for the things that I've done. Over sleeping like a dog on the floor. Bark. Bork, 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 bork. I blinked and I thought it crashed. Okay. It crashed. If I turn off create big cannons. Will it work? Create big cannons might be our downfall here. I think versions. We're really looking for V6. Nope, something else broke it. Is it the Croptopia thing? Was it the Croptopian create? Was it the Croptopian create? Turn this one off. Play. I'm living like a king someday. Without the ghost in a wall. What crashed again? Why did it crash this time? Mary, forgive me, blood for blood, hearts beating. Why are you unhappy, Minecraft? It should be fine. I turned off the other ones. Create in Croptopia, create big cannons. So why are you breaking? Do you have any errors? No errors. At the same time. Gigalop Curious. Nitrogen reference map. So will this crash if I put on 6.6? Like a king someday. A life without a ghost in the wall. It did crash again. But for why? Versions. Crashed again. What are you crashing? This makes no sense. You were literally just fine. Alright, let's turn these all off again. Oh, turn off. Okay. I will debug the create stuff last, I think. I feel like we had the most luck with 05, so I'm gonna go with that one. And then I'm gonna install the other ones, such as the storage mod. Because these shouldn't interfere with any of the create stuff, so. Sophisticated. And the boop boop boop. Sophisticated drawers. Sophisticated. Those are storage drawers. It is. I was looking at it wrong. And then traveler's backpack. God bless restaurant supply stores. My ass is buying 30 tomatoes. Goodness, why do you need 30? I don't, did you already, what do you mean? What do you mean? Did you already go through the 5 pounds? Did you go through the 5 pounds that you bought literally a few days ago? I'm worried about your stomach vexed. Perchance, you know you can eat too many tomatoes, right? There is such a thing as poisoning your tummy with too many tomatoes. Is that, how many tomatoes are you supposed to eat a day? How many tomatoes can you eat a day? You can safely eat 1 to 3 tomatoes. Vexed. I'm not a doctor. And neither is Google. But be careful, because it can hurt your tum-tum and your blood supply. I rarely eat less than 3. Just promise me that if you start feeling icky, you're gonna go to the doctor. Promise. Promise me. Promise me. I don't want you to die. Wear me out like Prada, the details. Promise. Okay, good. Oh god. I wish I could sort. I can't though. It sucks. Stick to me like caramel. I wouldn't be the first person I've had to eat so much of vegetables that it's. Well, don't be the next. But don't be the next, silly. Easy. Don't be the next. Doing good in the garden. It's loading. Fine. Thank you. Thank you for not trying to seppuku. I appreciate it. Think I need it, and I understand that I give what you can. Stick to me like caramel. What? Okay. Sing as well. I'm free of a violence that will there's no one left to tell. I'm gonna get her over. I'm going to your heart and grateful and all. I'll keep dancing along to me. A beautiful nightmare, I want nutrition. Take what I'm given, deepest decision. I got better, but maybe I didn't. Nope, not that one. I gotta close my door a bit more because the AC is on. 1 second. There we go. We're good now. They are properly doing FIFO here. What FIFO? 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 What FIFO? Fee-fi-fo-fum? I smell the blood of an Englishman. Okay, let's do these ones because I want to do these ones next. I want to deal with create last. Oh man. Alright, plushies. Man, with plushies, plushie mod, and plushie buddies. First in, first out keeps you fresh. Oh, that's upsetting. I'm sorry. That sucks. Additional lights and additional lanterns. Another furniture mod. Beautify. The king. Eyes on the ring. The king. Building but better. Times. Chipped. Chipped. Chisels and bits for forge. Cluttered. Handcrafted. Earth at home. Alright, hopefully that'll work out okay. Now we'll go back to this. Order and fun. She addiction. You said we don't need you. So you. Hi, Rainer. Happy Tuesday. Not me forgetting what day is what day. That's pretty typical, though, to be honest. They have 2.5 gallons of Italian ice. I've never become more tempted. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I don't think you need that much. I don't think that you need that much, okay? I think you could do without it. Think about it. What's more fancy? Saving that money for your big trip or 2.5 gallons of Italian ice? I think I make a valid point here. Yeah, open. Yeah, hurts. Good point. It's also $30, and that's a lot of sweet treat. It is. It is. I feel like you might get sick of it before you finish it, so. But as I got older, I Life just sucks when you get sober. Figured out that I got wrong. Life just sucks when you get out. Life just sucks. Perhaps indeed. Not impossible. Just like this. Cool. Minecraft crashed, didn't it? Fuck! Why did it crash? Ah! Alright, what are my errors? Ecologics. Merchant incompatible. Do it again. Do it again! It should be fine. I don't understand why it wouldn't be fine. It already crashed? Did I close it by accident? No, I didn't. Okay. Oh. Oh no. And then what are the cropping frames? 75 or 408. There we go. 15. I like it. Where's where's the silly little guy one? I think it's this one. This is dragons and being a silly little guy. A blooder. I said blooder place. I just want to zoom in on this model because I love it so much. This one is pretty captivating for the beginning, I think. Position. Dude, what is happening to my computer? Ooh, my CPU. Ooh. Oops. Okay. Okay. I see. It crashed not because of anything important. Actually timed out. Yeah, okay. Okay, then we'll do this and then we'll do another check. I'm gonna add a track really quick just so I don't fuck up the track I'm working on. I don't want to put this one over here, I think. Actually, no, this will be good here. And then let's do this one. Retain. Death God, Space Gods, Boy, Get Rods. Let's do this one. Clip. Everything mess you're having. Let's fight it. We'll be the one to save. Hi, Rhino. Are you back from your trip? I am playing catch up at work. Understandable. Well, we missed you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Underneath you. It's okay. We can work together. What happened? This is 78. Why is this soft? Oh. I'm gonna like do one clip here and then another clip in there. So let's do Minecraft. It's over love, my water darling. Picks up the phone and tells me she's never coming home. And the band unstable. might use this one. Might go to their VGen just so I can grab more. Just to grab more stuff. Baby, and then we're just going to move track up, and then I'm going to record their VGen really quick. Decor. Never coming home. Oh, right. Oh my god. I just saved myself. Thank god I made that with my alarm for myself for this. Oh, I need you to hug me, 'cause it's getting cold, and it's getting stormy. That one. This one, this one. No, this one should be ready to post. Okay. Change cover to this one. Save. This one goes here. And then party demon S is 30. Choose this. Oh, no. This one. Always coming, baby. Yeah, okay. So let's do screen recording. I said this and I should have said that. Oh, not what I wanted. Oh, confidence, baby. Okay, it's not. No. It's way too short. There we go. Okay, cool. This is making me nervous. Yeah, screen recordings, this last one. That there. Boop, boop, boop. Mm-hmm. 150 and there. Oh. And then cut it and then go here. And then zoom it out. Oh man. 78. 10. 13. Nope. Okay. But did these not? Making sure 78. Right? 78? Yes. Oh, I want to do video transition. File shape was my favorite. Cool. Oh god, my neck. Let's do fantasy. Too much, too much, too much. Ooh, this one might be nice. Oh. I like this one. Skin. Say it goes like that, and it goes like this. This needs to be scooted down. This. Yep. Track. socials, blue sky. Everything's disposable. We made somebody new. It's the day of the change. There's a waking up. Feels like this. I can't move these. No. Where's the P? There you go. Cool. Complete empty track. Save. Now I should just be able to do this guy. I wasn't the I see. Ooh. Knock on wood. As I knock on my IKEA faux wood desk. And if anybody has wood, please knock on it for me. I think DaVinci kind of optimized its subtitle generation stuff. So it's not capping out my computer anymore. Which is fucking nice. Because now I don't have to worry as much about just computing power for it. Negative 52. Oh, what? Okay. This stunning work of art is Moon, a man decor who runs the Moon Decor Tavern, place of wonder and fun. This full-time artist, as a full-time artist, she has an addiction to anything fantasy. Has very strong mom energy. Moon often streams on Twitch, keeping you entertained by creating glorious and sometimes cursed art, or simply just hanging out. So you'll definitely be getting your fill of art, games, and many more adventures. They adore Dungeons and Dragons, being a silly little guy, and doing their best to make the world a better place than when you found it. Their art is to die for, whereas they use such strong color combinations, and look at all that variety. Be sure to swing by their tavern when it opens. Check out their socials. Cool. Escape. Yippee! Okay. That makes me happy. The highlight is now done. What is taking up the most load on my computer? I can't really tell. Look at this. Who's taking up most of my CPU? Right now, the task manager. What the fuck? Oh, no. No. Okay. The highlight should be done. Save. I want to try to relaunch the Minecraft thing. The neck on the tower, make fun of the floor, and function with the refrigerator. For no reason, my act is so cold. If I could escape, here to this is my world. I could be your favorite girl. Perfectly together. Be sweet. Honestly, I should be doing this a week beforehand. Real bad girl. Only for you to get hurt. Yeah, it's a Hydra, so it should be like a week before. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's finish. I want to download this one. Highlight. Download. Ugh. Goodness. Please work, maincoow. It's processing? Oh, it's not yet. I should... Do I have the optimization mods on here? I do not. I need to do these next. I think instead of these ones. I think we have Earth and Home. I did Earth and Home, right? Yeah, we do. Wait, I think I have this one too. Oh, they're off right now, but yeah. I don't have that one. I know that. Who are... We're almost done. All we have left are these guys, the delight mods, and then the optimization mods. But do the optimization mods first. Who is streaming right now? I want to lurk. Ellie's doing stuff. No, bring me back to Ellie. Oh, and Womble's doing art. Wish you a lovely stream. Oh my god, I can't. No, I hate typing wrong in people's chats. Working. Hope you have a great stream. Like I go. No, it crashed again. Fuck. Why did it crash? No. Okay, maybe if we download on top the fix the optimization mods, it'll fix it. Maybe. She's on the wall, you're talking to me. You're on the crowd, oh, don't even ring. Better get out, but figure this shit out. It's too close for comfort. There's a thief in the night to come and grab you. Fuck. I feel like a monster. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. I believe in you. Bum bum dee dum bum bum be dum bum 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 be dum. Very nice. Not to much just go wonder where the thing was. I was like thinking about what I'm gonna write in the update log of what I've updated, what I've added, and I removed it, and I'll be like, I fixed a lot, please don't ask me. And if you do, prepare for a very satirical response. And then I'll put like an actual like kind of description of what I did. Like, I don't know what I've updated at this point. Oh, my eye itches. Oh, my eye itches. Oh my god, my eye. Paracore is non-scope. Memory usage will be very high. Modern fixed warnings will be disabled, turning off in. Huh? So we need ferret core. It'll fix it. Memory usage optimization. Oh. Play. Okay, now we have ferret core. Optimization mods are going to be this color. This color. That's the wrong color. There we go. So nobody knows. This one. Jumpy boats, leaves be gone. Sophisticated core. Where is it? It's in here somewhere. Ferret core, ABC, and make those blue. Ooh. This one. One of the optimization mods. Not you though. You were just okay. And then entity calling. I think fast workbench, fast furnace, and leaves begun are also in the same line of they are optimization mods. I'll check these guys. Athena is installed. Block UI is not installed. Yeah, only few would know. Mario. I don't remember what jumpy boats do, but I think it's it's a different thing. There's a world out there that we should see. I have that twice. Godzilla. Open space before. Doki. Woo! Baby, let's fucking go! Bitch, yeah! Okay. I'm gonna add in the other entity calling. This one, and then fast furnace, I think. Let me see. Performance upgrade for the furnace. Fertilize using mix-ins to edit the functionality of the blast furnace smoker. Doing the TPS. Much fast work and switches. Okay, cool. These are optimization ones. And then leaves be gone is another one. Quick delay for cutting down trees. So falling quick leaf decay from cutting down. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Put your head down, have one more round, think till you believe it. Happy kisses, dirty wishes. We're gonna add in the other ones. We're gonna skip macaws for now. Night lights. Be chiseled. Chipped. Supplementaries. Of the tower, here my arm. Nope, don't look at that. We don't need that. Oh my god, Seffi Coley. I hope I said your name. Coley? Sheppy Cole. Welcome on in. Sorry, I can't read. Every day I learn I'm more and more dyslexic, but welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I am fixing my Minecraft server in the background. Holly like the dog. That's what I thought. But I didn't. Yeah. I can say I didn't want to be wrong because I was wrong. So yeah, welcome on in. The haul has been posted in the oven. Hi Kiwi. Kiwi, I need to add you on Steam. Ooh, look at all this food. Are those mozzarella sticks? No, they're chicken tenders. Are those chicken tenders? The gloves are nice. The golden grill. Hash browns, let's go. I am death chained to my desk. Are you okay? Do you need me to punch someone in the face? Are you okay? Spicy? Oh, spicy? Ooh. Oh, also, you have a very nice living room. Very clean. There's Vaseline, though. A little curious about the Vaseline, but I love it nonetheless. Thank you for showing me. I have to wait. I don't want the video to... I wish I didn't come in today. I was not ready. What happened? Tell us. What happened? Are you okay? You need to vent? You need to vent. Baby, we're here. And that's for us out by. No, you're sick? Oh, Kiwi. Can you go home early? Oh, little baby, no. Oh, here, wait. I can do this. Hold on. Where's BLT's assets? BLT prop. Nope. I do this one, I think. That way BLT can hold little peepee for Kiwi. The Kiwi sicky. I have to resave it. Export. Streaming assets. But also getting a performance improvement sheet because I was less than 1%. Ew! I'm gonna beat someone up. What the fuck do they want from you? Oh my god. Not everyone can overperform. Wow. Wow, what assholes. I will beat them up. Straight up. You want me to beat them up for you? I will. I will do it. I'm clicking all the wrong buttons. That's not that one. Not that one. You're making over 90% and the goal. Excuse me, making over 90% and the goal is 80. Wow, so they can't fucking give you a break? Like, yeah, sure, what the fuck? You've been overachieving for how long and they can't give you a stinking break? Like, what in the fresh hell is that? Like, you know, go. Little pee-pee with BLT. I'm sorry, dude. What the fuck? That actually pisses me off. Because, like, what the fuck do you mean that you can't You can't just, for a little bit, like, 1% is so, oh my god, that pisses me off. 1% is so minimal in the grand scheme of everything. Why the fuck does that matter? Like, sure, if you were like, oh, you know, I'm doing 50% worse. Sure. But 1%? Oh my god. I'll show them 1% being a problem. I'll be that 1% that makes it a problem. Oh my god, that makes me upset. I'm so sorry, Kiwi. But if you want me to talk about anything else, if you don't, if you want me to talk about something else, I totally can. But I'm gonna, ooh, I don't work where you work, but that make me upset. That make me upset. I'm gonna fly to Texas. I mean, it's already dry over there. Additional source specs and additional model times. Library for both Forge and Fabric, which adds additional racial features. What is this? What kind of mod is this? Cosmetic API library. I only have one. I really only have one of our 60 offices that gives me problems, and it's because of. I'll beat them up. I'll beat them up. Don't. I will go and I will beat them the fuck up. Don't you even. I will. Ooh, I will. Ooh. They don't even want me to start with them. I will hunt them. No one hurts Kiwi like this. Ooh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I haven't been mad for someone in a while. I'm mad, dude. What the fuck do they mean? Oh my god. I'll go, Kiwi. You don't understand. I'll make a really strongly worded letter. And when my dad says that, whenever my dad has said that, that means a lot of mean shit's about to be said. Let me tell you what. I'll say a lot of mean shit. I'm ready, Kiwi. I haven't written a strongly worded letter before, but I'll do it for you today. Config. You know what? I've never done this, Kiwi, but if it would make you feel any better, I will name a Minecraft villager after that person and then burn them to death. Yo, what's up, Boff? We are about to commit crimes. Alright, I'm gonna do one more and then we'll go back to video editing. Ooh, that makes me mad. Ooh, I want to fight somebody because of that. Who are we burning? Someone that's mean to Kiwi. A hygienist that is mean to Kiwi. Ooh, bro. No. I'm about to load up the Sims and make them a sim and drown them in a pool. I never do those kind of things. I'm not typically one to do that. Also, it's hot today. I'm doing the bowl we're doing a bowl cut again. Ooh, I'm mad. Ooh. Oh my god. I'm upset. I'm so upset. Alright, hi Mew. I want being smaller, I want one long. This looks a little dumb. I think I'm small. Why are you upset? Because someone's being mean to Kiwi! For performing less than 1% to the goal. This is stupid. When I get you, Ricky! When I get you, Ricky! When I get you! Oh my god. I feel the anger in my bones. I mean, when I get them, yeah, when I get you, Ricky. And they're gonna be screaming, is that the Grim Reaper? And I'll be like, you wish, bitch. No, fucking. Plant stuff in it. That's to make an anonymous tip? No. No, we'll do worse than that. We will do worse than that, hypothetically, in our Minecraft server. It was a year ago, and I don't wanna let anybody know. Nobody wants something from me now, and I don't wanna let them down. So it says, okay. Okay, we want the other ones now. Oh, we already have this one. Is this a lib mod? It's an API in the library. It is, okay. APIs and libraries are going to be this color. Nope. That makes it look like there's an error with it. Are gonna be orange. This is another one that is an API lib. Searchables is an optimization thing, I believe. This is gameplay. This is the wrong color. Oops. This is an optimization thing. Okay, what else do we not have? We have the create stuff that we haven't added, the macaw stuff, and then the delight stuff. We'll do macaw stuff next. Really quick. Ooh. Macaw. Macaw's bridges, windows, fences, wall, doors, trapdoors, furniture. Oh, wait. Bridges, doors, fences and walls. Bridges, windows, furniture, lights and lamps, roofs, paths and pavings, Macaw's paintings, Macaw's stairs. What? Macaw's holidays. For some reason, I thought you meant dropping off a smelly brown package instead of drugs. I was thinking of way worse. I was thinking of illegal pornography. So did I do trapdoors yet? How do you even get that crazy? How would I even get that crazy? I legally will not talk about it on stream. I won't talk about it on stream. That's all I'll say is we're not going to talk about it on stream. I do have the trapdoors. Some space. This is a great video. This is God mod. What the fuck? Elaine knows a guy. This is a joke. Elaine.
Hehe, I'm in danger.
You're not in danger, BLT. BLT, you are like 1,000 years old in my mind. You just have the cognitive function of a baby. Like, you know how cats are? Kind of like that. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that there for now. I will say, me doing this has rekindled my inspiration towards, like, redoing the Minecraft server, so I'm quite excited. She shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me, she shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me, she shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me. My drink is, like, room temperature, it's making me sad. Saw a cat that looked 1,000-year-old on TikTok. Ooh, old cat. Cat of much wisdom. Alright, what are we looking for? 2%. What am I doing? Oh, I'm doing Did You Know? I don't really want to do this one next, but we will. What's the love in her eyes? With an aim for my chest, with love in her eyes. Shotgun. Bang, 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 straight through my heart. I'm gonna make you feel. She shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me, she shot me, she shot me, bang, bang, she shot me. Oh, I don't need this part. A sword? A sword? They... Oh shit. They... They are, and they are amphibians, reptiles, birds, shotgun, how to be on top watch, bang, 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 straight through my heart, I'm trying to make it straight. She shot me, bang, bang, she shot me, she shot me, she shot me. Monitoring this. Boop, boop. I'm putting it off here, I think. I don't think it matters all that much. Okay, well, maybe it does a little bit. Animals that around the world. What? 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 Around the world. World around the world. Holy gosh. So next time. So next you get hit balls. around the world. Around the world, around the world. Would you like to see my wiener gif? Ask me about my wiener. Ask me about my wiener. Around the world, around the world. I need this guy. Nope. Nope. Ask me about. You got boof. Let's see what we'll get today. 21.
That's my purse! I don't know
I don't know you! That's my purse! I don't know you! Wait, what? Fucking about my wiener? Triple S pulls, fuck yeah. Dude, I had to make this an audio clip, dude. Ask me about my wiener. Get out of here, dude. Video. Start function. Go in the wrong folder. World around the world. Ask me about my wiener. Where is it? Where is it? For no, don't. It's here. Around the world, around the world. I'm gonna put it in here first, and then onto webm. Fuck. Why don't select? Yep, there it is. And then I'm going to modify it into an MP3. No. We're gonna do it in Audacity because I need to trim the part down. Yep. Go drink, clink, found the Bud Light. Bad bitches like me, to come by. With your Tron, oh, let's go get it on.
Wait. Schrader? Oh, hey. Them. Ask. Oh. Ask me about my wiener.
Fog. Export audio. Ask me about my wiener. Cool. Well done. If I made this Like 150. Eat their private parts like a sword. Is that good? I don't know. Not you. JJJ. Okay, get on the phone. How much hairstyles and glasses can affect how old you look? I know, right? Oh my god. I wish I could show you my other ones. And then we could, like, judge my age. But, yeah. Yes, sir. That's why I love the way that me and BZ were able to talk about setting up my hairstyles, because the front of my bangs and the back of my hair can change, and so we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 different hairstyles. Like 13. No! I'm not 30. I'm not 30, please. What? Does this make me look old? Fuck you guys. Bringing the pigtails back. Is that loud? So, nah, I'd say 32. That's like 5 years older than I am. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. But like wearing it really well. Okay. Okay. I guess. The shorter bangs or the longer bangs make me look younger, though. The shorter okay or the longer? I guess. I mean, it's kind of like, it's meant to be like a, I guess like a pixie cut. It was an accidental thing. Like, this was never meant to be a haircut. But I think it's like the base of my stuff. I have a ponytail. You have the power to mute chat and you choose not to abuse it, therefore we are free to bully. Good point. Does the hair of a strong businesswoman? Okay. Okay. I'll take my bow off. Make me look older or younger, I wonder. Bow. Like so much skin. All of a sudden, I'm Laura Croft. But doesn't Laura Croft have a ponytail? Laura Croft. She does! Well, she's like a braided ponytail. But I can't show you guys my ponytail yet. Is this woman with a businessman businesswoman with a businessman always in meetings? I guess, yeah. Got that Laura Croft going on though, a little bit with my strappies. My strappies. What am I doing? I want to do my, yes. Make horns big. Okay, 1 second. And etc. No, it's not. Yes, it is. My horns are big now. They accent my ears nicely. Yeah. Who needs a customizable model when you can just make your rigger work 10 million times harder? I feel so bad. Feel bad saying it like that, but it is kind of actually how it is though, because BZ worked very hard on this model and still is. I will never escape this animal I have become. I believe what the real me. Alright, I gotta cut up this video. And then turtle. Old guy. Yeah. And then we start this. Put this over. Can I reverse this? Reverse it a minute. Do I look like an Oni if I don't have like my ears? Like if I didn't have my ears? Oh, I gotta do a thing. Hold on. Boop. Copy. Only adjacent. Valid. Oh yeah, I played this yesterday because someone in chat was like, man, like, I forgot this was a Nicki Minaj song. I'll be honest, if it's TikTok, I've been not TikToking lately. This he's really reducing the time my bed rot in. No, that's valid. That makes sense. Evil. 8, 4, 5, 6, retain. Fuck am I? Right? Actually, yeah. Wait, no, it's here. Right here, and then here, and then this one here. Cool. I kinda don't want this to be so high, so let's do 240. No! I want it to be bigger. Oh. I want it to be like here. So 78 and 222. Let's do 220. Yeah, 220. I get you. If it's almost 100, you know when I nearly died going out for air. Yep. Yep. Ain't doing that shit. I might change that one. I don't really like that one. My dog is having a bad time. He just lays on the floor, then once a spot gets warm, he moves. You can give him a little water bath and spray him with water. Might help. Give him some ice water in his bowl. We have tons of fans for him and cooling, but he refuses to use them. Just move them. Just be like, no, they move with you, dog. Diagram animal. That's crazy. Evolution. Ooh, I like this video. It's very pretty. Download. Yeah, so I'll replace this one, the one here, that's with that one. Amphibians at track are going to be amphibians. Let's do that next. Amphibians. Reptiles. Birds. And rotate it the other way. Oops. Apply. So. One, two, three. Three. Let's track up. Three. Amphibians. I don't want to do it like that. Yeah, no. This needs to go up. Oh. Yeah, no, that's fine. Nope, this one's not fine. Now we can link this again. Then here is where the diagram pops up. But it's a WebP! Oh, my ass. Fucking angry. Image start function. Thank you for the hat pat shout out. How you doing? How you doing today, buddy? Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for stopping by every day. It means a lot. videoediting. New hair, kinda, yeah. It was an incidental thing that the rigger for my model made. It's essentially one of my other hairstyles without the rear hair. Okay. I like it. Thank you. I'm glad you do. Does it make me look 30? Chat said it made me look 30. How the fuck do I have 600 gigs of non-Steam games? Maybe you have it from like EA or GOG or something. In a good way. I never said a bad way. To be fair, I never said a bad way. Makes you look like a mature mermaid. Never put an age on a woman. Valid. I can tell you. Fucking thing again. Yeah, there you go. Fuck you, Damien. Oh shit, is that where I'm doing that? Oh. Amphibians. What's I winching? I don't need no speed. I don't need no heroin. Dirty stinking face. No Ryan. I don't need no coke. I don't need your ketamine. If I do this one. Sweet baby Jesus, I think it's gonna rain. I like rain. Shit, that's so short. It might be like maybe user settings, I think. Alejandro. I guess, but still, that's valid. That is valid. I don't know. Maybe your computer just didn't install it correctly. I don't like how I did it. Halo infinitely on your infinite. Yep, that word. Yep. Indeed. I think I like that more. Call my name, don't call my name, Alejandro. Alejandro. Animals. Do a chameleon video. Alejandro. God, my love. Revert to monkey. I want the... Go back, I want to be monkey. Okay, now I gotta reinstall Fallout 4 to delete all the mods. Sounds good. Provided on YouTube could support poor cat cow's speech therapy. She may be slow, but we know we can teach her. Yeah, someday, maybe. Honestly, I think in a weird way, if this does become a full-time thing and it starts paying for my singing lessons, I will be speaking better. But who knows? Go here. Go here. What the fuck? Boop, 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 boop. I feel like they should happen at the same time, actually. Boop. Position page. Maybe you should sing everything you say. You rarely flub lyrics. That's valid, but I'm not a Disney princess. Maybe we could do a man to monkey. Man to monkey. Oh yeah, it's this one. I think you're Zoe from K. What? Hey, what? What's that? Let's go. I've got 160 kids now. Woo! per segment. Back to monkey. I think you. Oh, that's valid. Well, Zoe's not exactly a Disney person. She's just cute. Vacation.
What happened?
What happened? What happened? Wait, can I get the? Hold on, I have to go on TikTok. Is it this one? No. It's one of my favorites. So, I love stealing. I love taking things. I do like that one as well. See if I can find it. Wait, what was that? It's a TikTok that about to call me out right as I open TikTok. Okay, and then I'll watch it later. Where is it? Where is the whale one? There's a weird whale one that I want. Where is it? Where is it? I don't know how far back it is. Fuck. Carry on. Oh, it's a whale shark? It might have been a whale shark, actually. I found it. Save. I found it. Okay, cool. This one. Actually, let's do this one. This one. No, I think they're too similar. I like the water one better, actually. I got potato soup and turkey sandwich. Yum. I hope you enjoy your turkey sandwich. Copy, paste, apply, retain. Let's just zoom in a little bit. Oops. Maybe a little bit more. Cool. I think I have a sound effect for that one. Let's go back. Ugh. I might turn this down just a little bit more. Oh. We each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super childish, no down the club. Let's go home with mother. Right tonight, got no alibis, got no alibi. With the love of my life, she's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I won't need the light to see you. It's your... Oh, not that one. Hello, two lovers. Now on the dash, driving nowhere fast, on into the summer. Radio on blast, at the moment last, she got solo powers. Like ours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even mad? Falling like her. This guy gone escapes, and love is hello with the love of my life. I need no light to see you. It's your gross. Wait, why didn't I flip it? That way it could go here. And then this can get unflipped and go here. And be bigger. Do a little popping noise. I'm lazy, I'll just do the pops. Or we could do the can ones. This one. Okay. That's not bad. And then is that everything? Think so. What if I just zoomed in on it just a little bit more? Cool. And then the person that had this video is this one, and now I need to add a text effect. Okay, save. What's next? What was next? Hi, Condemned. How are you? Got that MILF hair. Thanks. Thank you. I want this one. Save image as. Save. Just one more meme. Video transition. This guy. I want to do the spiral one again. Oh, my brain cell. Why my brain cell? John, why? I don't know if I want that. They do. Well, that's what happens when you bonk someone's brain cell. My brain, no! It's subtle, but it's fun. Right, there you go. I got them goofy eyes. Eight. That'll be an 8. Thank you for the vibe check. Ah, does Whimsy mean bonk? No, that's some animals unsheath their parts like a sword. They're called cloacas, and they are a singular exit hole for all bodily waste. Thank you for the save check. Not all animals have these, but species that do are amphibians, reptiles, birds, and monotremes. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Animals that evolved with this feature and we did so. Oh, I got some garlic and herb cheddar cheese. Ooh, that sounds really good. Where'd you get it from? Is it local or? Let's see. Body design. What the heck? However, some animals can use them in very interesting ways. Farm foods, ooh, sounds nice. Very interesting ways. For example, certain types of aquatic creatures can actually breathe underwater with their cloaca. So next time you get hit in the balls, you can question why humanity didn't evolve towards having a cloaca. Okay, cool. Boop. Boop, boop. I also had something else that was crazy. Oh, like what? I'd love to know. I love interesting foods, so. Designer gloves. Alright, I'm gonna launch this guy and make sure he works good. Oh, propane, cocaine, gasoline, and most things in between. Just heat it up, turn it up. You had a good time. Oops, I keep clicking on the wrong email. I have to leave because I was like, oh, okay, yeah, go for it. Need a sound. There's a plenty. Versions. 19.80. 19. Okay. I was older than a gentleman. Don't call when I try to stand. But a guy in a chiffon skirt. I'll hit these high heels white. Time and time again. I don't think I'm drunk again. What's happening again? I'm alright, it's a hell of a feeling though. Champagne, cocaine, gasoline, and most things in between. And all because I smoke a blunt, I just heat it up. Put on a light, pass out on a paper. It's a great time. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm here to wait that I've been. Oh shit, it's those! Boffy showed me those before. I'm not, so I've seen those. I can't say them on stream, but I've seen those. I've seen those. Not in my store, but I've seen those. Six of them. Six whole of them. Six of them. All six. I don't have enough pictures for. Normally it's 20, so I have just one. I mean, that's a, yeah, it's a steal. What can I say? It's a steal. Hog, okay. Time to add all the delight mods. Which make me cry. That one doesn't exist. This one doesn't exist. Ew, ew, ew. Alright, we go for everything delights. There we go. Actually, maybe I should just look up delight. Ocean's Delight. I know we have that one. Nether's Delight. That one. Alex's Delight. We should have this one. I don't know why we don't have that one. Ender's Delight. Alex's Delight. We have Delightful. End's Delight. Twilights. Storage. My Nether Delight? Oh, we already have the Nether Delight. Aquaculture Delight? Yeah, there it is. What the fuck? Average Delight. Undergarden. Cultural. Aquamarine. I have this one. Okay. Aquamarine. Corn Delight. Rustic Delight. Display Delight. Display food. I don't think we have that one. Fruits Delight. Yep. Pork Delight. Pork. Nope. Aether Delight. I think we do large meals. Tetra Delight is another one. Pineapple Delight. I don't think we do more Delight. Oh, no, we did. Okay. Cuisine Delight, Butcher's Delight, Vintage Delight. Barbecue's Delight. Ube Delight. I don't think we did that one. Festive Delight. Ox's Caves Delight. That's another interesting one that I'm surprised that we didn't have. Caves. Those mobs. Thermal Delights. Thermal cultivation, coffee delight. I don't think we did the burger one. Farmer's Delight, Croptopia. Do we turn up the music? I don't think so. It might have just gotten turned up from, just a song. Might be louder. Veggies Delight. I want Veggies Delight. Gimme. I can't look at these Delight mods. There's so many of them. I think this was actually what takes it the longest, but, you know. Engineer's Delight. We didn't do that one. Decoration Delight. It's time. Egg Delight. Was it there was a Decoration Delight, yeah. Unusual Delight. Ooh, Ice and Fire Delight. Ooh, I want to cook a fucking dragon. Unusual Delight. Or, you know, I might fall asleep after dinner because I only got, no, you're fine. We're not doing anything today. Equality. Wait, that one's deprecated. Fuck. What do you mean this one's deprecated? Quality food? Okay, quality food, quality delight. Hold on. Delete. Quality. Vegan delight. And then the compact delight. Ignorance is your new best friend. Ignorance is your new best friend. Farmer's Delight compact. This one is Farmer's Delight. Look at that gooseneck. What do you mean? I don't have a gooseneck. That's rude. I don't have a gooseneck. This one. We did food quality. Woo! Yippee! Delight. And compact delight. That's this one. DCC, I hope you're doing amazing as you look. Aww, I hope you're doing well. Power for the gold. You gave me your heart and your name for yourself. The only one who knows your sins. It's underneath your skin. Push it for the fire. Yeah, like a little higher. Hi, Kiata Kitten. Welcome on in. Okay, the only thing I don't have are the create mods, I think. Steampunk again, that looks like your room. What? Hello, hello. Which one? What is it? Alright. Close that for now. I paid my new which is nice, but just came in because I kept missing your stream the past few times. No problem. It means a lot that you keep them in your thoughts. Thank you. But we adore you, and we're happy to see you when you pop in when you can. We'll always have you in our thoughts, too. I'm putting my horns back to small now. I don't have enough calcium in my bones to even longer that long. Your idol. You see this? Oh, I did a video on this. Yeah. We have a lot of inspiration from this. Sickness. I am the sickness. Welcome on in. I hope you're not too sicky, but welcome on in. Yeah, no, I did a video on this. I have a key for this game actually. Wink. Like a little higher. Mm-hmm. Flip operations replace. Oh fuck! They're just playing K-pop Demon Hunters and maybe I'm on the eyes. I get back into the entertainment stuff on the weekends. We will see. I hope so. If not, I hope you're just vibing on the weekends. You know, have a good time. My eyes. Real face and it's ugly as sin. Put you in your place, who's rotten within. My vein. Ready for the takedown. Like what? Stop. Get ready for the takedown. It's all good. I'll take you down. Okay, got it. Stop. Take you down. Wait, this is spoiler for but it matches the stream vibe? Okay. Send it anyway. I don't want to listen to country right now. That's what this is. This is so true. Do do do. I don't think he had to say that part. I don't think he had to say the plane is trash part. Wanna bark, yeah. I don't want to listen to the song actually either. Cool. Okay. Rise and shine. Puppy tail. There you go. The man got into it. He cosplayed She-Ra for the fuck, really? I mean, hey, if you know, that's how you do the do, you know? That's how you get the hype. That's valid. 78. I might have to zoom in on this video. Maybe like a little bit, just so I can get more of the dog. Okay, I think you enjoy his reaction videos. I like him. I'm gonna be honest. I saw a thing where like he reacted to something bad by accident, and like my first introduction to him was a apology video. So I was like, oh, okay, thumbs up. I mean, I'm never gonna skip his videos when you guys show them to me, but like, I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't even know who you are, and you're already doing an apology video. Dinner's ready. Have good food. Make my mama proud. Gonna cause a scene. Nope, that was. I didn't mean to do that. Have you done your pink pony girl? You dance at the club, oh mama. Oh, so fun. What? Fans forgave him quickly? Okay, that's good. It's a weird thing when your first introduction to someone is like an apology video. I won't lie. But I'm sure. Why is this? Delete track. And subtitle track. Timeline. That's why I never skipped the video, because I don't really know what happened, but why? Oh, it's because the thing's here, isn't it? You're always on my mind. Or not. Let's restart it. He's boxing another anime creator tomorrow if you want to check that out. Why? Are we still doing that trend? Are we still doing that trend where we duke it out with other content creators? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. Depends on who it is, I guess. I'm gonna keep on dancing. 1. Subtitle default. Line single language auto. The friends are one of the big. Oh, okay. All right. I might look at it then. I might want to know who wins at least. This is only taking like. You're supposed to activate the thrusters at the same time as parachute. Good to know. What the fuck? What is happening, dude? What the fuck? I track mono. The rocket shove is hard. Oh, valid. There you go. Style. But I gets me stupid, gets me drunk. Oh. There's the bait. Chow chow. Into the meadow. All over. This lovely lad. Oh, it didn't. Be this. We go up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna. Yeah, I guess I accidentally cut off myself when I said happy place, but okay. Make a big one fine. It's eating, meaning mine. The thing, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. Girl, stop, get a drink. Throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. One more. So I like tequila and it's honesty. Stick or die. Snapchat is needed. Hi V, welcome in. Doggy style. Week's theme is about adorable and great dogs. How are you? That I hope will cheer. That I hope will cheer you. Do you make a multiplayer Minecraft? How do you make a multiplayer Minecraft server? You buy a server and then you host it and then you invite your friends using your IP. Yep. I don't know of a free way to do it. Unless, like, you live next to each other. Like, right next to each other. Because then you could do LAN. Like this. Just vibing. You can buy, like, you have to buy a hosting thing. Easiest way to host Minecraft server. How do you run your server? You go to things like Bisect hosting, or for us, we use Pebble hosting. And then, yeah, unfortunately, you do have to pay. I don't know if there's a free way to do it. There could be. I don't know if there is one, though. Swing. Baby. Are you mad that you gotta pay extra because they don't let you buy Java alone? What? You not? Java and Bedrock Edition? Well, I guess that's interesting because you get both. Minecraft originally was just $30 for just one edition, so it's actually nice that you get both. Big little teddy bear. You had a rough week. As they take you to... That's fine. I don't really care. I love that bit. Edit labels. Boop, 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 boop. And tomorrow is Wednesday, so we'll do probably DS1 and DS1. Bum, 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 bum. 2,000 on the floor, and I can't find my heart. Alright, I think that's all good. Everything's been posted. I have a lot of things up here. I'll have to clean that up eventually. Fuck, what happened? What's happening? I don't like the size of this. Shoot didn't work. Oh no. Well, now, you know what you need now? 2 shoots. 2 shoots. Obviously. So I gotta do this, and then I gotta reload it again if this works with the create mod. And if the create mods work, then we're good, mostly. Okay, so this one Alright, let's do it this way then. When did it add, like, support for create, though? I don't understand. Maybe that'll fix it? I think if this one works, I'm gonna take a break and go to the bathroom and get myself a snack. I think that's what I will reward myself with if this works. There's a lot of just sitting and waiting. I just want to play multiplayer. You can play on my server once I fix it. But you'd have to install mods. I don't... another way you could play is just joining online servers. You just join online servers that have, like, you could just... Is that if you don't want to host it yourself, you just play online on other servers. Like, what's the one that I keep seeing on my For You page? There's like a bunch of them. You can do like skyblock ones, you can do survival ones. But someone earlier today. Ooh, I have to resave this. Okay. Where is it? Do we want to build a world together? Yeah, I wouldn't know any other way other than joining a pre-made server or something else. But there might be stuff on Google at this point, also. Okay, that works. Hog. This all works. Now I just need to add the rest of the create stuff. We have Cryptopian create? We do. I'm just gonna download them and see what happens. Chisel and create. Create biofactory. Oh no! No! Go back to 0.05. Create biofactory. Oh, let me join your server. Yeah, you could do that. It's not on right now, but yeah, you could. What? Oh, is it because there's a dash in it? Create biofactory. I think that's all the create things. Create. Yep, okay. Okie dokie. And then I'll be right back and then I'll fix the create mods. I'll be right back. I'm back. The song juked me. I knew it was Fried Noodles by Pink Eye, but I was like, it's different. Also, I went to get a PB&J sandwich, but our bread is in the fucking freezer, so I don't want to deal with warming it up and making it into toast. So I'm having a banana. But when I went to go grab the banana, I accidentally, when I tried to pull it off like the stem, I accidentally pulled off all the other ones. And so I had to undo them because they're browning, so I had to go put them in the freezer. Now I have a banana. Alright. Oh, I already have 2 on, okay. Why is loaded and listed in different? Oh, that's one. I Creo it's on. That's so true. I love reacting. I love looking at babies eat new food. One of my favorite things. Alright, time to take this small back. I'm gonna download this. Get a pasta mustache. Oh, that's so cute. I love babies. I can't wait to have a baby someday. I don't want to listen to that song. Okay. Oh, I like this song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he got a banana. Oh, Zorp banana. That's so cute. Weird. Three, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4. Cool, that works. I think I fixed all of this to be on now. All of this loaded. So we're good on this part. Let me see if this is in there. Lock UI is in here. 5, 6, 7, 8. Bedium. Yo, Elaine, how we're going? Good. We just finished all our video editing for today. I am just trying to fix the Minecraft server now. Powerful mod friendly. Install that. And that will be there. And then this needs to be this color. Okay, that should be good. And now we can go back to the create stuff. Let's do Croptopia and trading floor. Let's do 2 at a time. If you know it's good, you'll get off the sofa. Fuck yeah, I finished another video today as well. I'll leave the last one for tomorrow. Fuck yeah, I'm proud of you. Good job. Good job. I'm proud of you. This one's good. These are good. This one's good. These are good. These are good. These are good. These are good. These all load okay. These all load okay. These all load okay. Oh, no, that would. Thanks you, you cool bean. You're a cool bean. Bakery, get out of my face. These all loaded okay. So did these. So did all these. Except for that one. All those loaded okay. Okay. Oh, and these loaded okay too. Create's fine. Create. Re-chiseled create. Okay, that loaded fine. I think we did Croptopia and we did Croptopia. Oh, Biofactory also worked fine. Now we're doing trading floors and Croptopia. So hopefully those work okay. We're gonna do them 2 at a time, and my dick's gonna get fucking so soft. Ayo, ayo. Gotta pop a Viagra for that? Yeah. Or, you know, all the things just have to work and then I'll be happy. Cool, that worked. So that was trading floors and Croptopia and create. Metronomicon all loaded. Okay. Next. Going for the bottom. Steam Rails at New Age. How many do I have in total over here? 401. Very interesting. Okay. How is this and this different? Interesting. It crashed. Is it because of Steam Rails? Cool, that downloaded. Extract. No matter what you say or what you do. Hi, Moira. Folder. And I think there's one in here that's not necessary, and also what is the other one? It's like creep or something, so I think it's a C. Message from Firebug. Big Islands. What is it called? Break. I'll just delete them. I'll do this. Hold up. And I think default options isn't necessary. I think. I'll have to check. I'll just load it and check actually. Files. Storage. This one. What you say or what you do, I'll ever be with you. Oh, it's Oculus. It's the Oculus one that I don't need. And Oculus. This one. Because it's a rendering thing, and the server doesn't render anything technically. Or doesn't need shaders technically. Okay, it did load it. Cool. Okay, new age warrant. Let's create. Oh, wrong one. Liquid full interiors and closet. Hopefully this will work. No matter what you say or what you do, I'll never be with you. I'm never sad. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. What you say or what you do. I haven't gotten to the copycats, right? No, I haven't. Good. Hold up. This can be removed. Cool. Actually, I should have done these in... I don't know. Okay. Chisel create. Versions. What's... Says right now. Create has failed to load. Extended cogwheels. What version is this one on? So if we turn off extended cogwheels, maybe that should be fine then? Oh, it looks like Copycats Plus does this. Cool. Which means we might not need it. What's the cog wheels? How do I turn them on? Tell me how to remove this. Microsoft. Wait, Windows G? Start game bar settings. Cool. Okay, yeah, that's what's happening now. Yes, okay, cool. Interiors. New age worked. Liquid fuel. Okay, so do enchantment, diesel, and crystal clear. Diesel, crystal, diesel, enchantment industry. I want to try Myrtle. We played it yesterday. I want to play it again. Okay. A police detective called the famous detective Logico and have asked him to solve a case he couldn't crack. In a nature resort, a famous bear had been murdered. Suspects are Secretary Celadon, Miss Saffron, and Sister Lapid. The Secretary of Defense and someone who's personally responsible for a number of war crimes, some of which are named after her. She's 5'6", left-handed, green eyes, brown hair, and is a Leo. Gorgeous and stunning, but may not all be there in the brains department, or maybe that's what she wants you to think, or maybe she wants you to think that's what she thinks you think. Only her pet poodle knows. Incredibly pious, she travels the world doing God's work, but on his dime, too. One of her habits is cashmere, and the other is spending. Okay. Each suspect brought one weapon to the location, and they each had a motive to kill. Only one was a murderer today. Logico knew to start with the facts. Okay, so the weapons now. It was a red brick. Heavy. Logico had heard people being bashed with something like this. It can be identified by a chip of red clay left behind. Look at this. What a beauty. Look at that linen bowstring and the beautiful feathers on the arrow. For climbing or killing, Logico has seen people bashed with something like this. For evidence of this, look for a small hole left behind. So clay, a hole, and maybe like a feather or something. The locations are the oldest pine in the forest. It used to be the second oldest pine, but they chopped down the oldest pine to build a spa. The ancient ruins. These same ancient ruins have appeared in several places, haven't they? Maybe they are connected somehow. The hot spring spa. People travel from hundreds of miles to take pictures of themselves in these hot springs. Cool. And the motives. To rob the victim, to escape blackmail, to silence the witness. Okay. Either security Cleodon was under hot water or Sister Lapis brought a big, but not both. So they're saying Green was at the spa or Sister Lapis brought a brick. I don't know this one yet, okay? An anonymous source that Logico trusted passed him a message. Oh, we have to decode it. Okay. Oop. Try E. Okay. Nope. Random guess. Hey, it was a good guess. I feel like it was an accident that I found the other one. Okay. A. E, F, G. Are there clues for the decoder? I don't think so. H, I, J, K. I don't think any of these were it. Oh, I didn't realize I could just scroll. OHW? Maybe we had to find the one? Keys? What the fuck, keys? And was the closest, I think? Yeah, maybe. I'm so confused how this works. Yeah, the color, JKLN. Rug. But wasn't it like O? Like O something, right? It's OHW or something? Wait, it's this one. The person who wanted to escape blackmail was by the old pine. It's reversed. Okay. The person that okay, so the motive blackmail was at the old pine. Yeah, I know. Whoever wanted to silence the witness was right-handed. Oh. Manage page. Hold on. Oh goodness. Oh shit. What version are we on? Is this Forge or Neo Forge are we on? We're on Forge. I'm not seeing. Sorry, 1 second. Create crystal clear has failed to load. Okay. Mod loader version 4. 40. Oh, it's 37. 47.42? 0.43. Can I just look up 47 point? No. 47 point. Oh. Uh-oh. 47.42. Okay, hold on. Alright. What I was thinking, to be honest. Sure. Okay. Okay, so Lapis, I didn't see what the others were handed. Okay. Left-handed, left-handed, right-handed. It was right-handed. Whoever wanted to silence the witness. So Sisters Lapis wanted to silence a witness. So silence a witness. Also, I'm doing a survey in the Discord to see if we're cool with. Where did we build this? Oh. At milk dudes at the data ram. I think I'm going to restart. It's spawn react orders. Okay. Inquiry. I have to do both mod. Okay. Alright. The person who wanted to rob the victim was not by the ancient rune. Ancient ruins motives wanted to rob the victim. Not by there. Okay. I think that makes sense. That means the robber was at the spa and Lapis was at the rooms. How do we know that? What? How do you know that? The robber was at the spa? Oh, yeah. And Lapis was at the ruins? Wait, how do we know that Lapis was at the ruins? A blonde hair was found wrapped around a climbing axe. That would be, I think, this Miss Saffron. Yeah. Because she wanted to silence. Oh! I think that makes sense. So Lapis was at the ruins. And blonde hair was around the climbing axe. Whoever wanted to escape blackmail had blonde hair. So her motive was this one. That would mean that her motive was to rob somebody. Bow and arrow was clearly used to commit the crime. Okay. Brought a brick. Did she bring a brick? Okay. How? We know for a fact it was with a bow and arrow. Blonde hair was found around the climbing axe. We don't know where that is. Oh, this is... Oh. I fixed it. Was the pine... What was the... Oh, yeah. The pine... The person who wanted to escape blackmail was at the old pine. So, blackmail, old pine. Wait, no, this is blackmail, old pine. Wait, so that means this one, right? This is like Sudoku, right? So it's like, whichever one isn't. If she had the bow and arrow... No, she had the... Okay. I think this means that she had the brick and she had the bow and arrow. Yellow was at the pine. And then she was at the spa. Wait, no. She had the... Nope. She had the brick. I think that makes sense, because it's like... She was at the spa, but she didn't have the brick. Yeah, she had the brick. But she was at the spa. Yeah, yeah. I think this makes sense. That's between our legs. It's the wrong way. So it was Sister Lapis at the old ruins to silence the witness. Was he right? Yay! We did it. We didn't get it yesterday, but we got it today. Nice. Nice. Good job. That's cool. I like Myrtle. Myrtle's cool. Who's have reacted yet? Few reactions. Candy. I'm really waiting for like next. I think. I want to make sure that Vexed is okay with me restarting the server. Wacky can rebuild stuff. It'll be fine. I love the games, and I love these games in school, and they would tell us if you're good at them, you'd be a good at air traffic controller? That's crazy. Okay, while we're here. I forgot, did this work? Oh no, Crystal Clear had a problem with it, right? Hold on, what was wrong with Crystal Clear? Is this one because it's not for... I think it's because Crystal Clear just isn't for the newer one. Which is fine, I think. Oh, wait, no, I have to press play because I changed the mod loader version. Alright, New York Times games. Did we do this too late last night? No! Did we do it too late last night? Okay, we didn't do the other ones. Back from Fudge. How goes the Minecraft going? Modding going? Good. Good, we're just tinkering with things. The whole version, then I remember that it's not 2015 anymore. Huh? Bygone. Just how Minecraft's everywhere. I'm in favor of it. Cool. If we do a restart, then we should keep farms away from spawn. Yeah, I think, because I think the spawn is going to be where I live, and my farms aren't that big. So I'm going to have like a designated area for spawn that I build on so I can be motivated. And then everyone can work around it. I think is my plan. I can look up a YouTube video if that is better. If I remember right, spawn stays loaded as long as the server is up, so the farms go non-stop. Maybe? I'm not sure if ours does that, but I could ask Sim if it does. But yeah, I don't think it does. I think oh, Egon? I think the person has to be there. Nice haircut, thank you. Thank you. It's hot as fuck, so. B-Bone. Beyond. Oh, we don't. Beam. I got bone. Bony. Bony. That one didn't work. Bogey. Bogey. Boogie. I'm gonna miss all my animals. I'm not gonna lie, but it'll be okay. I want to do water today. I know that's not. Oh, it's not optimal. Yeah, the way you've been doing it, assuming CurseForge will let you use the mod loaders you want, if you're not use. I think I get how to do it. Load. I think I get how to do it. I want to save all this. This is Milk Club World 1 backup. I will wipe. Oh, I just wiped this. Oh, really? Those are the most used letters? Huh. Pound. Is there a schedule for the Minecraft server date wipe? Probably today. Probably today. If you want more time, I can do it. I can do it like tonight at midnight. Do it tonight at midnight instead. Buggy. Oh shit, that guy. What the fuck? Is that a word? Okay. I have an opinion on when. I just wanted to know. I have no opinion when. Just wanted to know when. Oh, I'll probably do it tonight. Or whenever. I'll probably do it now. I'll probably do it now. All good. If you want to try AT Launcher, you just download it, log in with your Mojang account, create pack. Interesting. I think just wipe server on the Pebble host, then load the pack on there, and then try to load it myself so I can find starting area. Then go moldy? All the chives. Oh, I don't want to hear that word when we're listening about pizza. I've never seen moldy pizza in real life. Probably because that's a sin in my mind. Trans time. Okay, that worked. Okay, cool. And then central kitchen. Center of attraction. Spectacular. I see the word spectacular. I think. Center of attraction. Solar. Oh, yeah. Solar. Oh. Brace. Space. Slide. Park. What? Theme park maybe? Yeah, maybe. Oh, fun house? Oh shit. Yeah, park. All the tribes. The theme park, isn't it? Where the fuck is the E? Train? Train. Oh, it's amusement park. Hair. How do you spell carousel? Okay, cool. I got it. Cool. Okay, cool. What the fuck is this one? I don't know what a scrambler is. What the fuck is a scrambler? Oh, it's one of these. It's a spinny ones. It's a spinny ones. Ah, okay. Okay, I got it. That wasn't so bad. Let's see how bullshit this is. Because it was bullshit yesterday. Nick, shave, dress, pocket, tidy, brush, smart, key, touch, shower, palm, sharp, pinch, mile, neat, and birth. We had the carnival at the flea market. Oh, that's so cool. I miss the flea market in Colorado. I miss it. Which reminds me, I might not be here Friday. We're going to the Great Wolf Lodge. Fancy? No problem. No problem. No problem. I'll play lots of games. If you want. Wait, no, we can't we? Yeah, because I won't be here next Friday. So we'll probably do our Friday shenanigans on Thursday, next Thursday. I won't be here on Friday, I think, so. I think. I'm pretty sure. What? Pocket, pinch, nick are like ways of stealing something. Nick shape, brush. Oh, sorry, brush. Is that the other one? Ooh. Oh, wait, no, you said nick. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I didn't read. Nick. Brush, pinch. Nope. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one's palm, I think it is. Yeah, to steal. I love stealing. I love taking things. I thought Nick like a cut. That's what I thought at first, especially when I saw Nick and then shave. Is it this one? Yeah, to do some grooming. Tidy, neat, sharp, smart, dapper. Nice. What's this one? Stone. Oh, birthstone, keystone, milestone. Oh, touchstone. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Today's wasn't so bad. Today's wasn't as bad as yesterday's. Cool. I loaded up good. Create copycats. Create enchantment industry. Look at you, smart. Thank you. Create copycats loaded. Create biofactory. Create stuff in additions. Biofactory, central kitchen. Central kitchen worked fine. Copycats. The diesel generators also work. Cool. And then create slice, savers, and ore extraction. Play. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. The feeling that I never had before. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling. Yeah. Should I play Tetris? I want to play some Tetris. Oh, wait. I could also play The Binding of Isaac. Quick Game Duel? Game Duel? Is what Game Duel? Game Duel? Oh! Whoa, what the fuck? Oh shit, what the fuck? I'll do classic. Guess a game by its cover. How to play. Every day a new video game is covered and is presented to guess. Oh, okay. That's a monkey. This is a monkey. Monkey. Curse of Monkey Island. It's like a Jurassic Park game? Or prehistoric or something? You make it bigger, I can. There you go. Is that better? I make it even bigger, actually. There we go. That might be better. I feel like this is more dramatic than Jurassic Park. What in the fuck, Knuckles? It's like Kong something, I feel like. Is that an Ark monkey? I don't know. Donkey Kong, Donkey Konga. No, is it a Doom? I don't think it's a Doom because it's a monkey. I don't know a Doom to be known to have a monkey and a T-Rex in it. What I presume is a T-Rex? Or a weird horse. No, not Donkey Kong. Yes. Yeah, that is so... Okay, this is an old game. Fighting. Fight, stick fight, Street Fighter. The King of Fighters 96. Okay, well I got what it's on. What the fuck? It's some arcade game, yeah. Does it have the word fight in it? Okay, it's fight something. Virtua Fighter. Nope. What about the word punch? Super Punch Out. Oh, it was called Primal Rage? That's crazy. Alright, we'll play all of them. Pod Racing? The fuck? Well, this one's kind of big. Great Deals? Pod Racing? Is this like a Star Wars one? Brawl. Oh, Star Wars. Squadron. Correct franchise, wrong thing. Quad Star Wars dealer. It's older looking? Okay, Star Wars. Republic Commando. Is it just pod racing? Star Wars Episode 1 Racer? Yay! That's cool. Okay, so... The fuck? How am I supposed to know what this is? Oh, fucking... Dib. I don't know who this is. I got a sword. Sora. Oh, is this from... Okami? Is it from the Okami games? I don't know what that would be. Hello, new hairstyle? Kind of, yeah. I don't know who this is. Paint. I don't know. I'll look up Okami characters. Oh shit, it crashed. Why'd you crash? What errors can you give me? Oh my god. This instance is now tainted. The embedding of T does not provide useful. What? Boy. It's one of the ones I turned on. I'm gonna presume. I should have just done it one by one. Okay. Anywho. We got a sword. I don't know. Actually, can I just, like... No? Okay, what about... What the fuck? Do they not have any, like... What the fuck do you mean? Sure. I don't know this one. Squishomo, you got it. 1 second. Boop, boop. Oh, the mini didn't go away. My face! What? Who is this? Who is this? Who? I don't know who this is. Who? Kunitsugi? They only have this one. Okay. It was Okami! What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Keywords? Try to guess the video game in less than 6 attempts. Try to guess the game based on the clues presented to you in the form of... Thank you for the biddy! Thank you. Words of words are even pixelated cover. Okay. Origami. Pose a bob with Goddard Space Camp. Oh, you got a new badge! Thank you! Thank you for the biddies! Is it not origami? Rage Burst Melee Comic. Hades? Revive Allies Bullet Editor? What's origami mean? What does origami mean? It's a game. God Arc, Space Cam, Melee Comic, Mission Timers, AI Companions, Ranged Form Voice Acting, Rage Burst, fucking Bayonetta. Giant Monster. Okay, anime cutscenes, Monster Hunter? Crafting weapons, faction conflicts, devouring attacks, special abilities. Devil May Cry? Wait, Final Fantasy 14? God Eater? Oh, fuck. It's like the one I didn't think of. Whoopsies. I've never played God Eater, to be fair. Rock your body round. Okay, simply pick any game, and the system will reveal properties about it. The color of each clue will show how close you are. Red, none of the clues match. Yellow, one or more clues are correct. Green, all clues match. Okay. Oh, so I'm just supposed to guess? PC. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Arrow up means the game is older. Arrow down means the game is newer. Donkey Kong. Country. the game is older, but it is a platform adventure, but it's not on any of the Nintendo consoles. It's older? Fucking E.T. They have E.T. Phone Home? E.T. the Extraterrestrial. I don't know that many old games! About the glove one. Clover? This one older? No, this is younger. Fuck. Comedy, science fiction, action. Not on the Wii. Third person. But it's older than all of these? What the fuck would be older than all these? Got fantasy in it? Final Fantasy. Super Jumpman? Oh, they don't have Super Jumpman. Okay, so it's role-playing RPG, action, adventure with strategy. Is there a younger Final Fantasy? No, I don't think so. I don't know what would be older. I'm bad at this. It's an in-house thing? It's an old game. Crash Bandicoot? Ooh, maybe. Okay, so it was on the PlayStation. Oh my god. I'm trying to take off my back brace. But it wasn't made by Sony, but you could play it on the PC. But these ones aren't PC, so I think it's specifically a PlayStation game? Fucking... feeling like an alien game. I'm not an alien game. I don't know what this is. Konami, Hyundai, and Nintendo. So it's either Konami or Hyundai. Oh my god. Always love your look at that. A one-time clue. I want that one-time clue. What is a one-time clue? It can show you one clue. Keep in mind. Oh. Maybe not. Okay, so we know it's an in-house game. It's a single-player game. And it was on the PlayStation. What fucking PlayStation games were there? Is it a racing game? Ooh, it could be. What's an old racing game? I'm gonna do this at Star Wars Episode 1 Racing. Need for Speed. That one didn't work. Need for Speed. It's newer? It's older. So it's older than 2015, but it's... What? Oh, I did this inversely. It's younger. Oh. Forza? I'm bad at this. I think it's like a Sony game. I'm gonna look up old Sony games. Ooh, wait, no. Spider-Man. I'm gonna guess Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Metal Gear Solid. Oh. 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 I didn't know it was on the Nintendo 3DS. Damn. I want to do another one of these. Can I do another one? Can I do another one? And there were like, I could do like a, oh yeah. Oh, okay, Guess Unlimited? Easy. Mario Kart 64. Okay, it was on the Wii bowling. Wii Fit. Okay, it wasn't a Wii game, it was an N64 game. Was it Mario? What is it? Was it like Super Mario? Super Mario? Oh, nope. What's the game mode? Single player. It's a single player game. Super Mario 64. Okay, so it's single player, it is a platformer, it is an adventure, it is third person, but it's younger than this. GameCube? I think so. It says these ones are correct. The Wii and the Wii U. What if it was Super Mario Galaxy? Galaxy. Shit. The yellow is close. Oh. Sonic? Maybe Sonic? Sonic Adventure. Okay, we got the right year. Majora's Mask? Majora's Mask. Nope, it's too young. So it's made some GameCube. Hi Pixels, how was your meeting? Let's crash again. I want to make sabers. Hello, Squisho, hello. We're guessing games while I'm fixing the Minecraft server. Very good meeting. I'm glad. Do you know any GameCube games that were from 1998? Minecraft server's going okay. I'm starting to get into the trouble with the create mods, but we'll figure it out. 1998 game. Half-Life. Legend Ocarina of Time, maybe? Oh, Pokemon Stadium? I don't think it... Oh, it could be. Pokemon Stadium. Damn, it's too new. 1998 Nintendo games. GameCube. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, wrong franchise. Star Wars Rogue Squadron. What? Where is it? Rogue Squadron 2. Okay. Has it been Nintendo? The only GameCube thing are like Metroid. Okay, Nintendo. Banjo-Kazooie? Oh, Banjo-Kazooie. Yay! I did it! Alright, Little Big Planet. I think that's a good one to guess. I was wrong. It's older. So it's newer. Okay, it's newer. God of War. God of War Ragnarok. Okay. So between 2008 and 2022, it is a single player game. Not third person or side view. What the fuck do you mean? On PC, yes, on PC as well. What the I don't know what games came out during that era. Single player. What was that one game that got and turned into a TV show about zombies? Last of Us? Do 2. Okay, between 2020, PlayStation 4. What is the Walking Dead? Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. Okay, it's VR. It's VR. It is VR. Fuck yeah, it's VR. I don't fucking know. 2007. What other games were there in VR in 2007? Skyrim? Skyrim's too old. Wait, right? Yeah. Wait, what? Up arrow, the gaming show is older than the game. Okay, so it's like a... So between 2011 and 2008. The Forest? Beat Saber? Oh yeah, Beat Saber's a good one. So it's between... So it's like 2015 to 2017? First person virtual reality. It's a single player game that has horror, action. Oh, Phasmophobia maybe? No, I think Phasmophobia is newer, isn't it? Phasmophobia. When did that come out? 2020? It's too new. Alien Isolation? Ooh, yeah, Alien Isolation. Wait, what year? 2015? We'll do 2016. Wait. Oh! I bet it's super hot. I bet it's super hot. I'll wait for pixels though. Arizona Sunshine? Alright, we'll do yours first. Arizona Sunshine. Nope. Super hot isn't horror. Oh. Maybe it's... Up arrow means... Oh, it's older. So, wait, it's older? So 2015 then? 2015 VR games? What the fuck? VR content. VR? First, yeah, it's supposed to be VR. Yeah, VR plus first person. I don't know. 2016. Was 2016 too new? He was older. Yeah, so we have to be 2015. The Boogeyman? Oh, they did, but I don't know when that came out. Outlast VR. This came out in 2024. It's crazy the combo became VR right when I put my headset on. That's valid. It knew. Only wants to play. Do rating. It's not gonna be keep talking over games. Or the other genres? Horror, action, and survival. I think it might be Monstrum. Monstrum sounds like it makes sense. I'm gonna do Monstrum. It doesn't have Monstrum, never mind. What about Boogeyman? What about Boogeyman? Boogerman. What about Emily Wants to Play? Emily is away now. Resident Evil 7? Okay. Level 7 Biohazard. Oh shit! You were right. Nice. Thought it was older than that. Okay. Super Mario Galaxy. Ooh. Pog. I needed to eat food, so BRB no problem. Can I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I didn't want to make it because I didn't want to wait for the boil. I have banana dough. Fuck it, Fall Guys. Fuck yeah, Fall Guys. Okay, it is co-op. Multiplayer. Battle Royale. PUBG. It's newer. Fortnite. Oh, I forgot it was made in Unreal. Counter-Strike? Maybe. It's not a Battle Royale, though. It's like in the PC games. It's not like in the shooter games. Sports platform. Overwatch. No, that's a shoot 'em up. What are the other things? Third person? Might. Balloons? Balloons. Oh! Balloons has the isometric bird view. It's cooperative, single player, and multiplayer. Tactical strategy. It's not a kid's game, and it's not. It has to. It's a fantasy game. It definitely. What this one said? Oh, it's action. League of Legends. Fuck. This game mode's hard, actually. I like all the colors, but it's actually hard. Rocket League. Fuck. I don't really know. World of Warcraft. It was Stardew Valley? That's crazy. Let's do this one. Easy. Oh, I know this one! I know this one's! Paper, please. Yeah. Ooh, I don't know this one. It's purple. It's 3D. I don't know what this game is. Oh! Rain World? Nope. Risk of Rain? You think it's Risk of... It would have to be Risk of Rain 2. No. So purple. I don't think it's Rain World. World of Warcraft. Cataclysm, sure. Oh, it's Ori and the Blind Forest. What? And the Will o' the Wisps. Yes! Once I saw that, oh, I was like, I knew. Alright. What's up with sabers? I want sabers to be a thing. Oh, no, this one's just, oh, it's out of date. They never updated it. Fuck! Next. That one, Minecraft. Easy. Ire? I don't know what this one is. Ire? They start with Ire? It's 3D as well. Vampire. Vampire. Give me an R. Empire? Something Empire? Jade Empire. Or is it Noir? Is it LA Noir? It's the other LA Noir. Fuck yeah. So it's Call of Duty? It's Call of Duty? Oh my god! First try! I've never even played this game, nor have I ever seen this cover. I just guessed because I thought it would be funny. This is Fall Guys. Fuck it, Fall Guys. I'm good at this one. This is Batman. Is it Arkham Asylum? Batman. Arkham City. Yeah. Prince of Persia! Oh shit. It's a shadow. No? No? Prince of Persia. The Sands of Time. Yay! It's Prince of Persia! Yippee! Oh, this is Pikmin. Pikmin 2. Nope. Pikmin 1. Yeah, it was just Pikmin. Oh, this is an Elder Scrolls game, isn't it? Elder Scrolls. Morrowind? Oblivion. Listen, it's a meme. It's a meme. If I explain to Misa what the meme is, will she be less cringe? Would she be less cringe if I explained to her the Prince of Persia meme? Prince of Persia. She says yes. Okay, cool. Chomp. Hi, Waggy. Fuck. What do you mean it's not on here? Chiego. Hold on. Cow. YouTube. Is it this one? Rapping in English you didn't notice. Fuck. Bootleg. Oh, what is it? Oh, it's right here! Oh, I found it! 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 Okay. Okay, it's on. It's on. Okay. the kid says Prince of Persia, and they freak the fuck out because like at that time YouTube had just implemented their you can't make fun of other people on our platform. And so they were freaking out because they really wanted to make fun of the kid, but they couldn't. Fucking, can I handle this? Fucking Prince of Persia, dude. That shit's so funny to me. Okay, Prince of Persia. Before this? It's in this episode, right? Hold on, where is it? Oh yeah, and then they're burning. They're fucking burning. Is this how she gets it, but she's still cringing? That's fine. That's fine. It's just one of my favorite memes. It's one of my favorite memes from Couch Hop. And I remember one time I got Boffy with it, and he was like, "Do you actually think that it's pronounced Persia?" And I kept going with it. It was the best thing ever. Oh fuck. I hate it so much. It's my favorite. It's my favorite, Prince of Persia. I never get to say it. I only get to say it on very rare occasions, okay? Alright, Free Cafe, play. Next. Oh, this is Persona. This is Persona. Persona 3 Reloaded. Nope. Has to appear organically. I know, yeah. Innocent Sin. This is the fourth one. Persona 4 Golden. Is it Persona 4? It's Persona 5! Aw. Aw. Minecraft! It's Minecraft! It's Minecraft! Ah! Yippee! Oh, this is GTA. Fuck you mean I have to fucking spell the whole damn thing out. Uh-oh. Tricked you, it was Terraria? Imagine if it was Terraria. I'd be so upset. Ooh, I don't know what this one is. I'm gonna guess Banjo, Kazooie, Nuts, and Bolts. It's Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Is this super hot? Super hot? Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3. They gave me Minecraft.
Yeah, I saw.
They gave me Minecraft. Minecraft, the movie, the game, the graphic novel, the lunchbox. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm sad. I don't think the Create Sabers mod is gonna work anymore. And not that I even had a lightsaber, but I kind of want to keep it now that I'm getting more into Star Wars. Do you think we could add Star Wars mods?
Just probably.
Or probably not called Star Wars, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's probably like how it's like sabers. Star Wars? Yeah, I want to add sabers to Minecraft. Oh. Do we still have space mods? Yeah, we do. We have a ton of space mods. Those all loaded fine. I'm going to space. This is GTA San Andreas, I think. Oh! My light blinded me. I'm rushing to the moon. God of War! Is this Fallout? I can't spell. This is not Fallout? No, it is. It's just wrong. Fallout 4? Nope. Vexed! Where's Vexed when we need him? Fallout 2? Fallout 3. It's Fallout. Thanks, Vexed. This is Candy Crush! Candy Crush. Aha! Which one is this? Dark Souls? Is this Dark Souls 2? Nope. Dark Souls 3? One of them. Yeah! What color is this one? It's green. Only green game I know is Outlast. What the fuck is this? Oh! Alien 3. It's Silent Hill. Number 3, my lord. Bet we're going to Silent Hill 3. That's Silent. No, oh my god damn it! It's juking me because I'll do Silent. I'll do the. Because the last two were 3, and it was Fallout 3, and then it was Dark Souls 3, and it fucking juked me and make it Silent Hill 2. Oh, is this an Evil Within? I don't know what this game is. Odd Eater? It was a zombie one. Is this the dead one? Dead Island? Nope, this is Dying Light. Woo. I won't say it. I won't say it. I won't say it. I won't say it. But I'm just happy to see it again. Yo. Oh, no, this one. Batman. Batman. I think it's Arkham City. Yeah. Starts with an M. M. It's not. It's not Metroid, is it? I'm pretty sure that's an M. I don't think it. Oh, is it Metro Exodus? Oh, it's a correct franchise. It's a wrong one, though. But Awakening or 2033? I feel like Last Light. This art looks like a Last Light kind of thing. Yes! Hold on, I want to look at lightsaber mod. Lightsaber Minecraft, mom. Oh, is this just lightsaber? I should just look up lightsaber? I can't spell. Dan's lightsaber adds the weapon of a Jedi, an elegant weapon to a more civilized age. Oh shit, we might do this one. It adds Star Wars weapons, Harry Potter weapons, Middle Earth weapons, Terraria weapons, and others. We're doing this one. Install. Okay, anywho. What the fuck is this? Is this that one game? Is this that one game with the steampunk or whatever? Fucking no, Frostpunk. Is it Frostpunk? Oh! Oh, I'm so good at this. I'm so good. This is Cuphead. Dude, I'm so good at this. I'm not good at this anymore. Oh no, what is this one? It's another 3D game. I'm gonna presume Monster Hunter? No, it doesn't feel like a Monster Hunter though. Dragon Age? Awesome. Thank you, wife. That graphic design braid. Yeah, I just... That fucking Pac-Man? Is this Pac-Man? Pac-Man. Wow, look at all this. Look at this fucking wide array that it's on. Crazy. Oh, this is another zombie game. I think? Is this original Fortnite, maybe? This one, Fortnite was just... Oh. This is when Fortnite was a fucking tower defense game. Played on a pregnancy test, that's true. That is true. Wii Sports! Wii Sports. I actually really like doing this. Oh. Hold on. TFM. Copy. I'm adding this to the Minecraft server. And now we go back to the create stuff. I think create big cannons is the last one. I'll go for your new addiction. Thank you. This is fun. Hold on. There you go. Doom guy definitely causes more pregnancy. That's for sure. This is Resident Evil 7, I think? 7? No. Is it 7? I think it's 7. Yeah. This is the Stick of Truth. Which, this is a game I want to play. Which we might play thanks to Kiwi. Speaking of Kiwi, our generous sponsor, Kiwi. You guys didn't see that. I'm probably gonna get some games. Do you guys have any recommendation? How much is Stick of Truth? Stick of Truth is $7. I'm just gonna add that to the cart. I don't know what other... If you guys have any recommendations on games, I probably should get Peak. Probably should get Peak. Cart. We should have... I should have... Oh my god, that'd be so funny. If I put, like, people... Like, the top 5 people and Kiwi, if Kiwi's not in the top 5, sponsors for the stream. Could you guys literally let me live in my house? KSP is literally like... Wait, what's that? What's KSP? Wait, what about Insound Mine? Insound Mine is not on sale. What is KSP? What? I have anything in my wish list that I really wanted to play? Kiss slippery people? What? Kerbal Space Program? He's married to Isabel. Isn't that his rabbit? Kerbal's. Oh, yeah, no, the Isabel. Yeah, no, you're right. Valid. Never mind. I forgot what his rabbit's called. Oh, I want to play Prey. I'm gonna add games that I really want to play really quick to my cart. I can't tell just what you know. Death's Door is a game that I also want to play, but I think that's a game I just play in my free time. Oh, Hello Puppet VR? Oh god, I want to play this game. I didn't pet Moira after snacks. I have made a mistake. That is a grave mistake. Elaine can't go to space. She already doesn't have... Yeah, no. No space for me. Hello Puppet VR. Hold on, there's games I want to add to this game. Hello Puppet VR is one of those games. Prey is another one of those games that I think would be good for Halloween, but I don't really know. So I'm gonna put a maybe next to this one. Oh my god! Let's build a zoo. These people, the people that have made these are also making Let's Build a Dungeon, which is about a game dev world. Ew. Uh-oh. This is a little too meta. Should do keep talking. Oh, keep talking and nobody explodes. I'll be honest, I would. Except for the fact that I'd probably get pissed off. And then we get into an argument. I'm gonna be real honest. I'm very bad at co-op games where and not getting mad at people. I'm gonna be completely honest. Oh, Harold Halibut is a good-looking game too. Keep talking and Lang explodes. Yep. I have to be like, okay, this is why I'm going to therapy. So maybe after a month of therapy, we can do keep talking and it don't explode. Because, like, as it stands right now, the last co-op game that I've ever played was It Takes Two. I played it with Sim, and I'm pretty sure I got mad at him. So maybe we go a little therapy first, and then we come back. we circle back. Ooh, House Flipper 2. House Flipper 2? That's $25 though. Yeah. I don't want to buy games that are a couple dollars. Stray is discounted? I played Stray. Haven't I? Yeah, I played Stray before. I played this game. This was like when I first came back to streaming. I played Stray. But is this why you haven't played Wizards with a Gun with me? No, Wizards with a Gun is different because it's a survival game. If it's like co-op, hi Joker! If it's co-op, like you actually need to work together, like, that one game called, Battle Block Theater, I might get upset. Wait, no, cart. Let's build a... Oh, but I want Let's Build a Zoo. Wait, I don't want the soundtrack. Move. That's only $7. Okay, these are only a couple bucks. Wait, I want to go back to Let's Build a Zoo, though. What do you mean? I can't have the one with the aquarium and the Dino Island. What do you mean you don't, like, why do I have to pay for both? You know, like, why can't... I guess it's cheaper that way? Hold on, math. Plus $3.49 plus $3.49. It's $14. I think, hold on. $9.43 plus $3.49. Is that cheaper? It is cheaper. If I did this one, And then I bought that one. So maybe. These are like maybe games. Peak, I'm definitely getting Peak. And I'm probably gonna get Ugly because I was looking at this game again and I really want to play it. It looks cool. Looks interesting. It gives me, I just feel like it could be fun. But, yeah. Okay, Minecraft loaded. So what are the create things? Create saber we can delete. Create crystal clear. With a few other glasses. Okay, let me try create crystal. No, create crystal clear wasn't updated for create 6. Extended cogwheels we don't need. Steaming rails though? What was wrong with this one? Oh, this one we needed to install a beta version of it, right? I think this fixes it, I think. For cogwheels, yes. God, snap. What is this? Is this Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy 13? Is that this one? Fuck it, BlazBlue. I do have Don't Starve Together. Which I want to play eventually. This is Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. God damn it. Ooh, what is this? There's another zombie one. It's not Back for Blood, is it? I feel like it would have more red in it if it was Back for Blood. Is this the one with the wacky stuff? Zombie games. Oh, I forgot what it's called. Dead Rising? Yeah, I'm thinking Dead Rising. I think that's what I'm thinking about. Nope. Which one is this one? This one, it's not Days Gone. I don't think. It's not Project Zomboid, is it? This is not the. Is it Project Zomboid? It is Project Zomboid. Sorry, I looked it up. I know I'm cheating. Sorry, I didn't mean to cheat. This is Scribblenauts. Listen, I'm doing a very good job. Oh, this is Power Wash, isn't it? Mod Railways needs 6.6. Okay. Let's do this one. Yeah, I just forget the art for that game has nothing to. Yeah, it's like so different. Yeah. This is what is it called? I have this game. What's it called? What's it called? It's like Cook something. Overcooked, thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's Overcooked 1. This is Batman. Is this one Arkham Asylum? Nope. Arkham Knight. Yeah. Splatoon. Please don't tell me it's 2 or 3. Okay, thank you. Is this also a Batman game? Batman. The enemy within. What in the fuck is this? I see like a hip. And then something? I don't know what this is. Bayonetta? Oh, this is Divinity Original Sin, isn't it? Oh no. What do you mean it's not Divinity? What's the other one? Ah, what's the other one? It's not Divinity? It's not Divinity? What? What is this one? I forgot what this one is. Dishonored? Ah, there we go. Dishonored. Good job, team. It has dis in it. Is this Need for Speed? Hot Pursuit. Something Underground. What? Underground 2. Yeah. Bro, Moira would not let me type Dishonored. Oh. Is this, the one game with the one lady and the dino thingies and the thingy? I think it starts with an H. It Takes Two. No, it's not It Takes Two. It's the one with the dinosaurs and the robot people and the... Not Forza. What the fuck is it called? Horizon Zero? Yes! Fucking put both feet on my arm and kept pushing me away from the key. Ark, no, it's Horizon Zero Dawn. I recognize the lady's outfit. Is this a Fallout game? Is this a Fallout game? Fallout 4, thank you. Yippee! You're doing such a good job. Oh, this is Poppy's place. This is Neo, I think? If I could spell. I'm over 1K. Yeah, so I figured. Ooh, is this Lara Croft game? Correct franchise, wrong saga. Oh, it's Tomb Raider. Fuck. Three? What? Oh, wait, Shadow of the Tomb Raider? Tomb Raider. Underworld? Oh, we're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose our streak. It was just Tomb Raider. It was just Tomb Raider. It was only Tomb Raider. God damn it. God damn it. So you're telling me that either I put create on 6.06 or I don't have railways. Is that what it's telling me? I think that's what it's telling me. Is create Steam and Rails important? Is there a better one? Create bells and whistles, adornments. Is that all? That's all the trains, no? I don't know. Okay. If that's the case, then we'll do it this way. I want to see if I can update it inversely then. Play again. Create has a train as base, Steam and Rail add some cosmetics. Hey look, we got Fallout 4 again. Stop. I wanna see if this works. This is Assassin's Creed! One of them? Origins? Nope. Unity? I think I use zero rails in my base. Well, unfortunately for you, Vex, we are restarting the server. Build elected out here for any influence. Do all see this function? Noted. So if you I don't remember what this one is it Black Flag? I don't think it's Black Flag. It might be Liberation. Let's read. The eyes don't help. Yeah. This is Monster Hunter Wilds? Nope, this is The Witcher. Pexels, which Witcher is this one? This is the Wild Hunt. It is. I got it right on my second try. What? Okay, well I got it. Thank you. I got it. I got there at the end. Okay, so create will not load. Well, I don't know. Let's do it again. That might just be a thing where I have to restart it again. Oh, this was Dishonored. Looked at Discord when my moment came. It's okay. What is this one? I don't know what that is. It feels like a Star Wars thing. Nope. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oddworld? Yeah, I don't know what this is. Bionicles. Is there a Bionicle? Oh, that's Fallout 2? Really? You were right. That's a weird ass mask. That mask is weird as fuck. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look this up. So if I could just get this to work, I think we'll be good with the mod packs for now. And tomorrow we'll do art. Today we'll play Minecraft. Oh, wrong tab. Create has failed. Load correctly java.lang.exception in initializer. No. So your version of create and one of the other create. Each add-on support the exact version to create. I'm assuming you are using. That's the X01 power and the standard. It looks bad. It looks bad. Hypothetically, do you think having posted create would allow me to run them? Also, I have a problem with it. Okay. That means one of these aren't compatible. I'm presuming it's this one. 6 or 6. Actually, I could just go through them. I think, is it this one? This one, no, that one should be fine. Them's fighting where it looks ugly! Not my fault it looks ugly. I think the ones that would have problems are... Okay, no, I have to go through all of them. Anything specifically says updated to support 6.03. So it's better if it's on here, but I don't think this one will work if I'm on that one, but we'll find out. This is Mass Effect. I don't Mass Effect 2? Yay! This is Little Nightmares, which I was disappointed in and will not be getting the next one. The game crashed. And that happened, I believe, because Steam and Rails is on this one. An hour after our work is never over. Make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Our work. This is GTA San, I think. No? Grand Theft. This is just Grand Theft Auto. Oh no, it's the third one. This is Diablo. Diablo. Diablo 2? Yippee! Courage grade 6.6 or above. Okay, let me try this. I think create or excavation was the one I was worried about, but maybe it'll be okay. Let me check. Looks like 3. Far Cry? Far Cry? Oh, this is a zombie one. Is this one Dead Rising? Dead Rising 2. Yeah, this is a funny one. Actually, we'll start with these. Wow, factory turn off as well. Play. Wait, cancel, update. Play. Oh! This is great! Oh no, this is Bioshock. 2? Bioshock 1? Bioshock Infinite? Oh, Super Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy. This is Borderlands 2. I know that cover like the back of my hand. This is Aladdin? What the fuck? I didn't know Disney's Aladdin? What the fuck? I didn't know this had a game. Is this Mirror's Edge? This is not Mirror's Edge. What is this one? Is this Call of Duty? No. Oh, what is that one game called? Yeah, thank you. Deus Ex. Deus Ex. Human Revolution? Yeah. What? This isn't Alan Wake, is it? Oh no, this is A Way Out. Is this a Sims game? Haha, it is. Oh my. Is this an old... CK1? What's that? It's like Kingdom, maybe Kingdom 1. What about Cloudberry Kingdom? Oh, are you saying Crusader Kings? Oh fuck, I can't type. Nope. What the fuck is this? Age of Empires. That's the one I was thinking about. Okay, so that works. Let's do these two. New versions. Now 6.06. Ooh, Elden Ring! Super Mario. Fucking something. Super Mario World? I don't remember which one this one was. I have this one even. Super Mario Odyssey? Oh, you were right, it is Odyssey. Odyssey. Is this Metroid? Is this a Metroid game? Is this a Metroid game? Metroid Prime. Yes! I didn't even know that. Odyssey. What is this one? Is this another Deus Ex game? Nope. What the fuck is this? Watch Dogs? Oh, that would make sense because of the little... Yep, that makes sense because of the little zoomies. Okay, who doesn't like it? Who doesn't like it? Who doesn't like it? Who did I just turn on? Great Big Cannons, did you not like it? You should be fine, you're a 0.606. And Steam Rails, did you not like it? Maybe it's this one? Yeah, it should be this one. Batman, duh! Oh yeah, I show Batman and Spider-Man. What, is that not... The fuck? Is it Spider-Man? Wait, which Spider-Man game is it? Oh. Is it 2? Oh. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Wife said this one. Hold on. I have to scroll back. Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Age Inquisition. Payday 2. That 2 is a dead giveaway that it's Payday 2, by the way. Oh, it's this one. Is this, probably not. Heavy Rain. Has a truck in it. Battlefield 3? Ooh, you might be right. If I can spell. Oh! Not Battlefield 3. Is it 2? I can't tell because I can't type. No, it's not even Battlefield 2. What is this one? It's 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. Oh. Oh, Guitar Hero! I know this one. Whether it's a... Okay, cool. This one's Assassin's Creed, but I don't know which one it is. Okay, what is breaking it? Is it really this one? Is it really you? If it's just you, then I'm just gonna go, you know what? We're not having Steaming Rails. No, create savers need to be turned off. Alright, I'm gonna test it. This one's not Mirage? Oh. Revelations. Neo. Ooh, I don't know this one. Is this one My Sims? Oops. Oh, fuck. I do not know what this is. Is it like an Xbox game? I don't know what this is. Not VR chat. Not VR chat, right? No. Is this Roblox? That's silly. Ooh, what is this one? I don't know what this one is. Is this Devil May Cry? Oh no, it's Star Wars. Guys, what Star Wars is this one? Is this a Fallen Order? Or is it? That's valid. Battlefront 2? Old Republic? Alright, we'll do both. It was Battlefront 2. We'll go Obi-Wan. World of Warcraft! World of Warcraft. Yippee! Oh, what the fuck is this? Valid. What's up? Hold on, I gotta send. Oh, god damn it, they're too big. Tony Hawk Underground? Underground. Nice! Okay, I have to upload something really quick. Nope, turn it on. Not crystal clear. Not this guy. Alright. Fill instance play. Upload failed. Why is it failing? Do I not have enough room in here? I might not. How big is this? Oh wait. Oh no, don't open it, no! I fucked up. My mouse is frozen. My cat's not in here. It's not my cat's fault. What's happening? My mouse died this time? Was my mouse dead this time? It was dead. Okay. Minecraft. I think this is just the world files. I'm pretty sure, at least. Oh, I mean, yes, yes, it is. Okay. Woo. I gotta wait 20 years for this to upload. This shit is too big for Discord, right? Yeah, way too big for Discord. Cool. Oh shit, we're almost beating our next one. Okay. This is Bayonetta. I know that gun. Bayonetta. I've never played Bayonetta before, but I know this is her hair. And that gun. Papers, please. Oh, fuck, this is the Fallout one, isn't it? It's Fallout 2, I think. Nope, this is Majora's Mask. There's two of them that I get confused on. Stardew Valley! Ooh, I don't know this one. Glory to our Stotska. Glory to our Stotska. Oh, why did it fail? Central Kitchen, Copycats, Crystal Clear, Create Interiors, New Age Trade, Living. Okie dokie, then we're just gonna go to version install. Wait, I think this one has to go back to then install, I think. Yes. Okay. I don't know. Is this Diablo? Actually, is this Diablo 3? Yes! This is Super Smash Bros. That's valid. Smash Bros. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I see that you. Of the law. Of the Templars. Of the. I'm gonna cheat. Of the Lamb. Of the. Oh, wow, this is not actually that helpful. Of the fathers. Of the goddess? No. Of the. Of the. Oh, Shadow of the Colossus. I'm stupid. Overcooked. Oh, is this is Need for Speed Underground. This is the first one though. Underground. Donkey Kong! I don't know which one this one is though. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong Country. Donkey Kong Country 2. This one. Nope. Donkey Kong Country. Oh, it's Tropical Freeze. That makes sense. Is this Dark Souls? No. Wait, it is. Correct franchise is Dark Souls 2. Yeah. Why'd it crash? Why did you crash on me? Why did you crash on me? 6.05. This is a face. This is someone's face. Is this one Dishonored? No. Yes? No, Metal Gear Solid 4. Damn. Overwatch. I swear to God, if this is Overwatch 2, I'm gonna shit my pants. You guys think we can get to 100? Ooh, I do not know this one. It wouldn't happen to be. It wouldn't happen to be this, would it? Oh! I didn't even know! I didn't even know! And I guessed it correctly. Chat, you gotta hand it to me. That was pretty slick. That was pretty fucking slick. Fucking Prince of Persia! Okay, I'm sorry. I had to say it once. Oh! Vexed. Purple Space Program. Pequi. What do you mean Pequi has failed? Purple Space Program, yeah. Dude, is this gonna take literally forever? I think so. Next. Call of Duty! Call of Duty! Nope, it's just the first one. Borderlands! This is the 3? Borderlands 3. Oh, Legend of Zelda. Legend of Zelda. A Link Between Worlds. Yes. It's in something. In... Yeah. Yeah. I'm down. I'm just doing this stuff, so I might as well keep it entertaining while I work on this, so. Brink. Inside? The fuck? Alright, why didn't Pequi load correctly? What is Pequi associated with? Pequi. Super Minecraft. What does it work with? Or our wrestlers? Oh, interesting. Okay. What do you mean we don't have Pequi? Am I spelling it wrong? I am spelling it wrong. It's up to date. Woke or not? This is funny as fuck. Okay. Just put things away. Dustland. Okay. Accept all. Dustland delivery. Wrong. The game is woke? Okay. Okay. Contains overly produced. Okay. 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 That's cool. Okay, I see. Temtem? Yes. So is it gay or not? Choice of cat? Yes. Station? No. I don't even know what this is, but it feels kind of gay. This too. This doesn't feel gay. Oh, I was wrong. This, oh. Wait. The woke ranking. Okay. Dark? A Warhammer Dark Tide? I want it to be woke. Contains overly pro-LGBT community, uses body type in placing of biological sex during... What? What? This is crazy. Okay, why are you crashing, buddy? Hold on, I gotta see what's up with this. I think I turned on something I wasn't supposed to. Video. Did I do something wrong with the create stuff? It's based off an insane list. Okay, valid. Oh, create sabers is probably crashing it, actually. Okay, next. Borderlands? I'm pretty sure it's gay. This is about how super shitty basement dwellers making a list of games that they hate. Oh, I think it's about whether it's gay or not. Rogue Tower? I don't think so. Coffee Talk, that's definitely gay. Ultra had to mention, I hope to God is gay. No! Ugh. MonsterCon is gay. Aw, probably not. Oh, this is so gay. I hope so. Yay! I hope so. Haha. Grand Blue, I'm sure. That's an anime one. I presume not. This looks like it would be. I don't think this one is. Once on a windswept night. I don't think so. Oh, I'm wrong. Pajama Stand. No, that's a baby game. Eagle's Hair? Yes, because I see a French flag. Zero Clash? No. Damn it. Sons of Infinity? I wish, but probably not. This is the president, please. Yeah, my gaydar is pretty good for video games. When in Rome, it has to. Come on. Yes! Yes! Gay Roman men sucking each other's dicks. Fuck yes. Everhood? I think so. Corpse Party? Oh god, probably. Watch Dogs? I don't think so. No? Contains overly DEIs pro-immigration. Oh, it's more than just gay. It's more than just gay. It's more than just gay. It's actually, if it's like, okay. Yes. Yes. Ultratron? Yes. No? Oh. The Letter? Yes. Voices of the Deathless. I feel like that's woke. Planet Coaster 2? I feel like it's woke. Wicked Willow? Anything not straight white male is woke. Okay. Okay. Nah. No! Aw. Venice seems woke. Blazing Sail seems woke. The Missing... Yeah. You need to read it? It's woke? Nah. Damn it! Life is Strange is definitely woke. Is Elden Ring woke? Is Elden Ring woke? If anything other than a straight white man kill each other for capitalism, it's woke. You can play as a woman in Elden Ring, it's woke. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because you can play as a woman and you get married to women. You can get married to women. Oh. Okay. From the creator of Gone Home Tacoma. Yes. Yes, woke. Yes. Yes, because it's anime. I wanted to say yes because I want gay fish. I'm presuming woke. Bopple Battle? I don't think so. Monsters Love You Too. What is this game? What is this game? Woke. Open in Steam. What is this game? Oh wow, this is really interesting. Like it's like they made it out of paper. That's actually really cool. Yeah, look at this. It was like a whole city made out of paper. That's actually really cool. You know, might not get tomorrow. Spy Fox and the Cheese Chase. Yes. No! No. Yes. Yes. Yes? Anti-patriarchy. Yes. Yes? Civ? Sure. No, okay. Eternites is anime, yeah. Golf Journey, no. Portal, yes. Woke. Paris Grace is woke. I bet all these men fuck each other. Aurelia Wheel, sure. Might Magic Heroes? Yes, because it's about war. Blue Rose, yes, because it's anime. Bitter Silver, there's a woman on the cover. There's 2 women on the cover. Yes, because it looks like something gay people want. Yes. Psychonauts, yes. Kittens and Yarn. Ooh, this one's hard. Nah. Yeah! Armored Core! Woke! The gays are here for Armored Core! Killing Floor? Nah. Limbus Company, yes. Last of Us, yes. Yes. Woman on the cover. Dragon Age? Probably. This is pretty anime. Bloomtown? This is like a kid's game. I'm gonna say nah. I'm wrong! Damn. Top streak 19 though. I got 19 in a row. I'm pretty good at this. Just post on Twitter. I'm so woke. Sweaty racist reviewed of Armor Core. That's crazy. Final Fantasy, woke. This is fun. Woke. Nah. No. No, really? Oh. Woke. I was wrong? Woke. Wrong. No, not woke. 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 Dragon Age, yes. Bug Snacks, yes sir. Yeah, but I'm going with if it's gay or not. Darksiders 2! I had a friend that liked this game. No, not gay? Oh, that makes sense, no. This be gay. Well, I had the first ever gay marriage. Ooh, Twin Campus? That has to be gay. Kindergarten! Yes. Diabolical, sure. The Operator, yes. Yeah. Yes. State of Decay, nah. Wrong! Yeah. Zoom. Oh, I don't know why I clicked that one. Yes, woke. Yes. Sentry? Yeah. Event 0. Nah. Oh. No. Lottle not. Woke. One. Yeah. Gays would like that. Woke. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 2. Woke because of Baldur's Gate 3. Back to the Dawn. This has furry, so it's woke. Henna. I've never played this, but the art is very pretty. Stanley Parable. Woke. That's a classic. Yakuza. It has to be. All Yakuza is woke. I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna say woke. When in doubt, go woke. Yeah. Townscaper. Wrong! Oh. This is gay. Yep. Wrong! Amanda's sticker book. I just saw the word Amanda and I was like, yeah, whammon. Okay. Okay, I think we fixed the mod pack though. NCE. Deletes. Delete. Don't update all. That was very scary. That was very scary. Oh, now we're doing resource play. Fresh animations. Ooh, what's this? I don't like that. This one. This one, this one. Blinking Ender Eyes is cool. Hi, Fruitbat. How's it going? I'm gonna open folder. I want to copy what I had before. Is this done uploading yet? Dude, this is at 0%. It just says starting upload. Oh my god. I don't know how long that's gonna take, but at least I have them. Can I back up the server beforehand? Backups? June 29th. We'll do this one. So we'll generate a download an archive copy of the backup, which can sometimes take a minute or anyone is continue. Okay. I'm presuming that's gonna download in a second, because like I'm about to wipe the servers. So error. Only delete servers if you are owner of the new server. What? Thank you for the vibe checks. I'm just gonna do world backup. So now we have the backup of the backup of the backup. We have 3 separate backups. We have backup of the entire server, we have backup of the world, and we have the backup that the thing made. So we have all the backups now. So we shouldn't have a problem if for some reason someone wanted to play on the old server. My only Riz is pathetic. Damn! No, I like your Riz. The massive huge tits, I really like that one, personally. Respect. Better leaves. Shove those all. Escape those files. Okay. Did it download? It did download. It's downloading. 3 hours! Good lord! Okay. Good lord! Hey man. If you want a Dommy mommy, that's how you get one, you know? That little baby Riz. Good lord, 3 hours? I don't think I want the backup. I don't think I want this backup. I don't think I need this backup. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I need this backup. I don't want that backup, I think. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. Never, totally don't want that. What? Is it having a problem? What's happening? Page before you. I forgot how to do the thing. How do I do the thing? I saw a thing earlier about it, and now I've forgotten. Reset world. Reset world in... No. I think I'll do this differently. Yeah, I'm gonna do this differently, I think. Let me look it up. Pebble hosting. Usually just means... It says it will also reset the server. What does this mean? It means that your server will be briefly offline while the reset occurs, and then we'll start back up with a new world. You don't need to make any payments for this. Do note that pressing the world will recently permanently delete your world in order to create a new one, so just be sure that this is what you like to do. Okay. If I reset the server, will it still download the backup though? No. But we have the backup of the backup, so... You know, I think it'll be fine. And we have the backup of the backup. Which, this is the one we need to upload. Which is gonna take like 20 years. So... Yeah. Okay. Cancel upload. How to export world out of Minecraft. Pebble host. Why did you transition over the world? It's not necessarily the world of my story is a way to download. Download the backup, extracted the TJ file via 7-zip. Open the extracted world folder and noted all my server files. Initial testing shows me that I couldn't get my world to show up in the client one. Dropping the world folder into my saves folder. Created a single player world. I tried to cut the DM. How to upload. You'll first need to upload a world folder to your server. Hi, Rain! Take it on our website. What is this one? Nope, that's not what I wanted. How's it going? Good, how are you? Oh, I can find download the world folder, so I might be stupid things. Okay, so that's literally all I do. Okay. I'm not doing that. I already saved the world stuff, so. Brain is computing things, and it's really hard for my brain to compute things right now. For some reason. Oh, I do want these though. Okay. Alright. Open folder. Duplicate tab. Shader pack. Give me. Really want to play a game, but spontaneous art projects late at night. That's valid. Sometimes you just gotta do whatever the fuck your brain wants, you know? And sometimes that's one thing, and sometimes that's another thing. Alright. Shader packs. Actually, why am I doing it like this? Because I should. Actually, that's because I should. Alright, I'm going to go back. Delete these guys. I'm going to compress this to a zip. And call this... Oh my god. If I have to wait for longer than a minute, I don't wanna. I'm gonna change this. Yes, change image. My images. Oh, upload. Minecraft. Use. Profile options. This is. Oh. And. This file. Done. Done. MC Beyond the Barn test the version 1.8, and then this will go into here. There you go. And then the only file that I'll need options. Will run okay? It looks like it's still run okay. Like this. Oh, Ars Creo. Oh, I did not want to put Cosmopolitan on. Cosmopolitan isn't working, right? What's up with it? Actually, let's test it. Now that I have the new one. Actually, I have the new create on here. It might work, it might not work. Okay, so we have big cannons, create cafe, create connector, this one. Sabers we removed. Slice and dice is fine. Crystal clear, extended cogwheels, and steamer out are not included. Okay. And we'll see if Cosmopolitan works. If Cosmopolitan doesn't work, that's fine. Play name, Modular Forge, Minecraft 1.20.1. Release. Big update. Okay. Nope. Stop that. I've completely... No! Oh my god, gross. So laggy. Vidisco's graphic acceleration is off. I've completely overhauled the mod pack. Mod pack? Doing my best to update to the latest version of mods. It was a bit of a pain for the create update, and unfortunately we lost a few create mods. We can add them back in the future. Other additions will be like examples are critters, crawlers. These ones. I've added that twice in here. Did not need to do that. Food quality. The display name for this will be Milk Club's Mods V2. I don't think Cosmopolitan's gonna work, which is fine. Open than nothing at all. What is the name of the file that's in here? Milk Club Beyond the Wild. Yeah. I think my brain is making sense. I emailed by my therapist about the thing. I don't think I did. I have an appointment on Thursday, but I didn't get the email for it. But My friend's still streaming. What are my friends doing? They're playing Deltarune. I don't know who this person is, but they're playing Deltarune. Oh, Gordy's playing Franbo. I love that game. Franbo was cool. Franbo was a very cool game. I can't wait though, Hikey, for Sally Face fucking 2, dude. Sally Face fucking 2, dude. Oh, it's Russian. Fuck yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Tiny Snip, she was doing art. Yeah, I'm just browsing. I'm just hanging out. Tiny Snips. Oh, I love their model. Their model's cute. Look at that model. That's a cute model. Yeah, they're still streaming when we're streaming. Right? I was just browsing because I'm bored now. I'm bored waiting for Minecraft. Okay. No club mod. Nope, this is the wrong ad. Dedicated wham. Dedicated wham. Server will be resetting. Okay. However, I will be uploading a backup of V1 server. I don't know why I made backup capital. Server in a Google Drive. I'll add the links to the FAQ. It'll just take a while because it had a lot of info. Okay, cool. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, cool. This guy's working good. Okay. Can I do it on 2 times? Oh, undo. 3 times? Yeah, I do 3 times. I continue. He's fine. This could be motion sickness. That's fancy. Okay, none of that. Backpack. Oh, sophisticated backpack, traveler's backpack. And then this is map, enlarge map, toggle map, open world map M. What else has M on it? View origin should be. Oh, there. Done. Oh, what was that? What was that? Okay. What's this button do? Oh. Options, resource packs. I gotta fucking do the whole thing. Fuck. Okay, good thing I have the thing already. Oh, fuck. Good thing I already have it on my other mod. Tiny skeletons, embellishments, Stoneborn. Actually, I should look if Stoneborn created any better, like, which one's best? 4.7 million? 4.7. This one has 4.7 million. Update? Because this one, does this mean it added... Also, somebody open a PR, fonts. Yeah, this one adds travelers backpacks. So we're gonna do... I'm gonna try it. Stoneborn. And then inventory tweaks. And then we're going to do this one, mod menu. Actually, no, maybe not mod menu. It's a bit frozen. Is that the one we... No, we want the one with the green on it. Right? No. Yeah, we want the one frozen. How many mods does the server have? 431. Mile, give or take. Some of those are just like config ones. A lot of them are just config ones, to be fair. Yes. I think we're just gonna start with these sets. The Stoneborn. I just want to make sure the Stoneborn work. Yep. Yep. If someone's like, what's the best thing? Like, what is your magnum opus of Minecraft? It's the mod pack. I think I've spent more time configuring this mod pack to be something that I kind of want to play forever. And to be fair, I haven't even gotten that far into our server's mod pack, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I just want to make something well-rounded, and it's hard doing it by myself. So I'm doing it by myself, but meh. I think if I had someone to help me who knew more of the code side of Minecraft, it would go a lot faster. And we have our IT guy Sim for that, but Sim is also busy when we're not busy, so it's kind of hard to ask them. But overall, I mean, I think I've done a pretty okay job of setting up the server, so it just takes a while. It just takes a while. That's all. And also, I think planning for... Considering this is my first online server, it's I'm learning a lot by myself. That I should have had a designated spawn area that didn't have a lot in it so people could load in. And other stuff like that. Get it started. Get it started, huh? Let's get it started in here. This is overloading my computer. You okay, Minecraft? It's overloading my GPU. I'll be fine. Learn in time, yeah. Indubitably. I'm also learning that this fucking is gonna take 2 years to upload. Good shit, Elaine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As my computer dies. Slowly but surely, it's dying. It takes my life. It's loading. Something's loading, at least. Maybe this time we have a section off spawn like a village. Yeah. Yep. That's the plan. Essentially my plan is I'm gonna, have a big circular area, I think. Or square. That's, spawn. And then everyone can build outside of spawn. So if you want to build right next to spawn, outside of that circle, that's fine. Or square, whatever. It just will be outside of that. entertaining. And those plots, people could put teleporters into their bases if they want. It would be cool if I made like a big hub and like, oh, that would be really cool actually. If we could somehow make it to where like it's a big hub and like a teleporter goes to another teleporter and stuff like that, that would be kind of cool. And then like you could go and everyone can return to spawn and be like, this is my house. This is my house. I'm just gonna crash this. Patience is waning, is this entertaining? Yeah, so like we have the spawn and then we have the hub. Yeah. Yeah, probably something like that, yeah. I just don't know where I'm gonna fucking build my house. Goes my mind. I think we should have at least like a basic farm at spawn. Like a very, very basic one with the very basic like Minecraft stuff. And we have a seating area so we can sit and hang out. And by sit and hang out, I mean it's really just gonna be for me to have a place that I could sit and hang out. I wouldn't mind having a train in the hub that just goes in a circle. Or like a train that goes from spawn to the hub. That'd be kind of cool. Bro, waiting is so boring. I'm playing good old Tetris. Hub train would be pretty sick, yeah. Then Wacky could have something to do. Let's make the hubs train. And I just think this will be better because it'll be more, oh fuck, because it'll be a bit more cooperative planning. Ooh, why'd you start on level 6? Excuse me? What? What? Oh. Okay. I do a day. Through the day. Super slay. Communicate. Out of place. Out of space. The stars. Our kids are in charge. Your loving hand now. Oh, it didn't load them. Oh my god. Fucking shoot someone. That's fine. It's fine. You know what? We'll do it without it. I should have clicked cancel. Now we're gonna be stuck here again. No! Make a Minecraft server so cool. Everybody that turned their nose to it will wish they had been part of it. Or wish they are part of it. Not like I wouldn't let them be part of it. You are begging, I'm gonna lose you. Hey, oh, na na na. Begging you. To love a hand out, baby. I'm begging you. And no. Then can I begin to live again? Empty spell. The rain. Oh, I didn't mean to put that there. Lane the treacherous master. Only when I'm paying attention. Again. I am begging, begging you. For love and hand out, baby. Begging, begging you. For love and hand out, darling. On my own. Boop. And I'll play back for you. For you. And I'll play back for you. Begging, begging you. With a hand out, baby. Begging you. Oh, I fucked that up. Surprise. Ooh, look at it. The Tower of Shame. Ooh. Using one single word. Gnarly. What's that? Gnarly. Gnarly. Oh. Gnarly. That's real. Gang gang. Boop. 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 Gnarly. 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 Night bee! Sleep well. I hope you sleep wonderfully. If I were Tetris, thank you. Huh. Honey, like a pack of talkies. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. We should play the Binding of Isaac. I don't know why I'm not playing the Binding of Isaac instead while I'm waiting. I'm the shit. Gnarly. I can't really do art right now because it'll tap out my computer for sure. Let's do Lazarus. Gnarly. Oh shit, I have the mouse on screen. Oh man, I gotta change back. Gnarly. Props mouse. And then I want to go back to Squisho because I can. Ooh. I'm the shit. I'm the shit. Oh, ow. I'm the shit. Ooh.
Rain
Oh.
down.
What a bitch. Oh my god. This character sucks. Especially when you can't use his demon form, which is what I'm doing because I want the character that comes from this. Oh, you son of a bitch. You were not supposed to be there. Get away from me. Just turn away from me. Oh shit. Okay. Yes. Oh. Are you not gonna give me any hearts? No hearts? None? None whatsoever? Ooh. I can buy a heart. A heart. Take it away. Okay, let's just try to do the Stoneborn stuff. I want a heart, please. Ooh. Not gonna give me enough for that? Man. Okay. What would have been sharp actually is to waste all my hearts in the sacrifice room, see if I get anything, and then exist. Actually. Let me hit you in the back. Ow. Ow. Stop. Yeah, there you go. Stop it with the spiders. What did I say about the spiders? Huh? What did I say? What? I said no more spiders. It's not exactly listening to what I just said, which is no more spiders, but that's okay. HP up. Yippee! More hearts for the devil, dear room. Let's give a stupid reason. Ow, what the fuck? That was cheeks. That was cheeks and this game knows it. How am I supposed to hit them? Like this. Yeah, that was all cheeks. I have no thingy. I bought this game, by the way. It's so fun. It is fun. I love this game. 10 game. And I'm lagging because of Minecraft. Hot bombs. Hot bombs. No, you didn't die to the hot bombs! Why didn't you die because of hot bombs? Please, die to the hot bombs. Please die to the... My range is so small! Hot bombs! Ah, hot bombs. Think about me. Key. Oh, I don't have a key. Fuck. Yib. I want to say. Boys and bars. What can I close? I'm gonna close stuff. Where you on? I'm sorry, wallpaper engine. Pause. Hopefully that'll help my computer. No, no, not the little flea guys. No, hot bomb. Oh my god, get away from me. Anything in the pool? Oh, okay. Ooh. More bomba. More bomba for me, Bob? Oh my god. Ow. Have a heart, please. For a new person all over again. How you doing, Fruit Bat, by the way? I'm sorry if I didn't say hello fully, but hello! Hello! I don't like this run. A different one. Luck down. Oh my.
Luck down.
Okay, that was deserved. That's fair. Ooh. Just one new person all over again. I wanna kiss someone else's now. Yours yours instead. I have no money. Another mountain. There's a little girl again. Oh. Get away. I don't like dealing with the flesh boys. Ow, please, this is why. Oh, I didn't give me one of the thingies. Get it under for a new person all over again. Ow! No! Chat, this game's being made to me! I really wish my Minecraft would load. I don't understand why it's taking so long.
I can see forever. Temperance.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Yippee! Ow. Oh, god dang it! Oh my god. Oh my god, it's not every time they do the little squishy. Let's go for the eyes. Oh. So this way. Another secret room? Yeah. Get out of here. Get out of here! Assholes. Another key. Oh. Hog? Art room? Nice. Minecraft is still not loading. Got to go to work. Wait. Yes. I'm not locked in here with you, man. You're locked in. Oh, ow. Okay. I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lied. Ooh. I am good with all these things. I have an idea, though. What? Oh, okay. Okay. I don't think this song was popular at the time of fidget spinners, but yeah, okay. Wait, now I gotta do it again. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Okay, no more. Yippee! No. Now all those hearts don't have to go to race. And I can buy something from the store. What does that one do? Entire where's the secret room? Okay, I don't really need that. This guy, this guy. Cool. Oh, this brain ain't so bad. The fucking Bob's bomb or whatever, it's not so bad. He's not so. Ooh. That's the broken compass, right? Is it compass too? No, it's the broken. It's broken something. Broken watch. Upon entering the fourth. Eh. I want that. I want the backpack. I'm gonna go back into this room. Whee! Oh, there was the item room was here. Ooh. Damage down tiers. Oh no! Almond milk! Oh man. Oh man. I don't like almond milk personally. Like, I like it in real life, but I don't like the item almond milk. Should have clarified that. I missed entirely. Please, get away from me. Yeah. Get out of here. Bomba. Oh, Bomba. Oh, yippee! There's no use crying. I'm not surprised you had no. Get away from me. Get away from me. Suck my nut milk. Yeah, suck my nut milk. Now, if only I had, like, Jacob's Ladder or something, I feel like that would go really well with this, to be honest. A bunch of tiny little electricity bolts. We're just spilling our guts. If this is love, I don't want to be. Okay. So there's a key in this room, but I don't see a key. Unless I already picked it up and I just didn't have it. Sorta wish I had the blood bag. No, get away from me! Keep your hepatitis away! Please. Ooh. Oh, I have enough coins now. I forgot what the High Priestess card does. It says Mother's. I think that's when you can call Mom's hand to help you, I think. Yep. Oh god, I got stuff. Open my eyes. Fog? Money. If only I can negate this damage down with like money equals power or something, that would be really nice. Oh, no. Eat my milk. I will say this almond milk is not so bad, but it kind of gets hard to see what is the enemy projectile. I'm honest. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck knuckles. Bombs are key. Okay, that didn't really matter, I guess. Holy shit, that bomb does so much damage to bosses. I'll take Gimpy. I get hurt plenty, so why not? Okay, if this mod shit does not, if it does not load in the next, like, few minutes, I'm just gonna do some art. I think that's my plan. I think I missed. Oh! Ah! Please get away from me. Ah. Ah, please. It's so hard to see. Stay over there. No, stay away from me. Oh, I only hit one of them. Damn. Don't spit out. Stop. Ow. What about over there? Okay. Oh my god, okay. I knew the item room would be up here. Oh, no, please. Please stop running out. Stop, please. is this? Reusable bomb buddy. Oh my god, so many bombs. Oh my god. I see. I see. So he's the one that like kind of like just stays still. Nickel. Alright, what about this way? Nope. Oh. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Mountain I see high. No. Oh! No, I revived. That means it doesn't count. Okay. I have a feeling that Minecraft just isn't gonna load with the thingy, so I'm just gonna kill it and we're gonna do some art. Art time. And then I will work on it again after. I gotta go to the bathroom really quick though, so I'm gonna go bathroom and then we'll do art. Art, 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 art. I had to do my part-time job as a physical therapist, and now my hands are stiff. That's understandable. Me and Pixels do that all the time too. To check my VODs for something. I don't know why I did it like this. I should have done it like this. It was Monday I did stuff. Like 1:30. That was like an hour, I think. I went back and forth. Let's say like an hour. Chat, it's time to become a hermit, aka Ark is ready. Oh, are you gonna play Ark? Ooh. Like an hour. I Binding of Isaac. I rigged stuff. I animated stuff. Got frustrated because animating didn't make sense. I animated stuff. I played the Binding of Isaac. I modeled stuff. I think last Monday I was doing stuff. Yeah. Okay. I gotta go to my YouTube channel. I did New York Times stuff. I made BLT emo. I did video stuff. Figured out how to 3D model something. And I ate dinner and then I modeled. Last time I played Ark, I played 100 hours in a month. Let's see if I can beat that record. I believe in you. Needed is here. Uploaded videos, chatted about stuff. Scripted. Did all that stuff. Edited a thing. Played Rent Lord. Came back. Recorded stuff. And did enshrined stuff from 7:18 till the end of stream, so like 2 hours. I don't know when I did other enshrined stuff though. It was it this day? Yeah, here it is. 108 to... That's like 50 minutes. It's like 3 hours. Not as much as I figured. I'm lucky there's no Arc VR because I became one of the nits. Yeah, you would. I believe it. I believe it. What? What? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Framework. It would be sick, but also I would break something when raptors jump at me from the darkness. That I could see that. I could see that happening. I think the only thing left we had to do in this room is, I think, is the door. I think the door was the only thing left. Which I wanted to do like a little scratch marky for where I push on the door, because after Kiwi mentioned it, I did realize I do push on the center of doors quite a bit. What else? I think that's the main goal of That's everything. And then the door handle. Do the door handle now, though. Do the door handle. I say as I plugged in my tablet that I did not need yet. I'm gonna do the door handle. Nice. This one. Do like this one. As a material mode. I'm in your brain, you can't get rid of me. I don't plan to, do not worry. I do want an emissive. Those type of roughness as well. What the fuck are we listening to? This guy. Do something more like this. Except maybe it's a darker blue instead. Yeah. Can I up the contrast of this though? Autumn skin when I'm not around. Maybe not this one. Do this one. Yeah, again and again. On me, skin to skin. Wanna be again and again. Play with me. Not the way we should. I'm always on your mind. I have to prove to you. You're one and only I. Ooh, okay. I'm not what I'm saying when I like this. A lighter color. Maybe it's falling down. Ew. You again. Come with me, skin to skin. Everybody side together, here I stay. C2 material base color. And then I want to take like a darker purple and put it in curvature. Generator curvature. And I want like a purple. The two ways. And if I lost, apologies to balance. blur. Won't you please? Won't you please? And then I'm gonna copy this blur and put it here. I've been here for you, please. Almost there. See if I should put it like I think this actually should be a darker color. Please, my eye. Apart when nothing's new. I can't see this color. Let's see, invert times. Oh, there you go. Goes up and the sun goes down. On the ground. In another room. Make you proud. I'm running after something, trying to get my pictures in this valuable piece. You tip into my fingers. This would be like purple. Just keep on chasing. There we go. I think I wanted to stretch a little bit more though this part. Okay. C3. Oh, I keep C4. This one, add a black mask, but I'm gonna crack. This one. Maybe not that one. Maybe this one. Enough for something. Trying to finish my goals. Which is an answer because you slip into my fingers. I'll let you go. Just keep on chasing of you. Let's have a roughness too. If I give this a roughness. And this one was Make in the middle. I like that more. Alright, I think the last thing it needs is me to go back to my model. And then this one, and then need it. Cords everywhere. Piss me off. Zebra have pants. Shooting down. A black mask. Like this, I think. Okay. There we go. Let's do like this instead. And our BLT brush. Just need to make it super tiny. Nope, stop. BLT brush. I'm just gotta fade this out of it. Here. Oop. Oop. Okay, not that one. There's a rake in here. Rake. Nope. 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 Oh. I wanna have this also. It's out a bit more. There you go. Now we have like a little lighter spot, and then we just gotta white, pink screen. Let's take this base color and just make it a bit lighter. Yeah, so now you have a little hand mark of where I've been. Just blur it a little bit. Absolutely. There you go. I want to make like a little tiny one right here. For when, for all the times that like Moira or BLT or someone like fucking like bump their head or their little hands up against it. Really tiny, but it's there. Worn down. And then I want to do the Minecraft thing, I think, where I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna...
My face is red because mother always hits me with the door.
Excuse me? What? You're the one that's always running into the door head first. Not my fault. I tell you, you should be gentle when you walk into the door, but you don't. You're like, nah, mom, I got this. And then you run into the door head first, and you're like, why didn't it open for me? And I'm like, that's not how doors work. And I understand that when we go to the supermarket, those ones work like that, but that's not how these ones work. The one in our home don't work like that. We're poor. We're poor, don't work like that. Oh, and then I also want to make sure that this roughness is 100% rough. I actually kind of want it to be like a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, so like
We're
there's
poor?
like a little indent. We're poor. Yes, we're poor. We are poor. We are poor, but it doesn't feel like it because we live full lives, you know? Yeah, look at that. It's like a tiny bit of like, yes. Okay, cool. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna do the Minecraft thing that Kiwi talked about because I like that idea. Variation. Ooh. Variation. Add black mask. Add like this color or something. And then go here and go to paint. And then go to object. What? Oh, wait. Okay. Oh. Okay. I love the song. Over and over, I keep going home. All we knew was once when you look beside me. Okay, this is a big pass thing. Okay, alright, neon sign turns into a song. Seem to be ours. And then this reading 2 is going to be a different color. Maybe like green. Why sad, Vexed? Don't be sad. There's an Arcleon mod? What does that mean? Is that a dinosaur? To love me. Reading 3. Make this one purple. Like neon sign turns into gold. Beyond each road that we took into the gold. Oh, it's 'cause over and over I keep the world renewed. Still feels a bit purple. For Pinky? Less. Yeah. It's big turtle. It's school bus size. Whoa! Okay, that's awesome. Fuck yeah. I didn't know Ark had mods. I'm gonna be honest. Ooh. Big turtle. Big turtle. Big turtle. That actually is a really big turtle. Ark is like 50%. I did not know that. I've only played vanilla Ark. Like this one. Darkness. First dogs. Breathe me out. They exploit player base for mods as content. Interesting. Much better with mods. That makes sense. Too tired. Life is trying. When I get a sign, a bit of mine, a piece of mind. I get a sign. When I get a sign. Now you lay in bed. Oh yeah, Studio Wildcard is like EA, but with somehow more evil. They do a lot of free DLC that are just player mods. Interesting. I did not know that. Good to know. You see it, life is trying me. Like this frame. Like this window. And this window. I don't even know if this is actually changing it. It is. Ooh, I like it. Yeah, the master says I'm going to paint down here. My hands up to the doctor's assassin. My dad's fucked up. My dad's fucked up. I can tell a sick joke. I think that was sick joke. Yeah, they looked. Yeah, I looked into them when I was applying to game dev jobs because I talked about it with one of their lead devs and decided that I didn't want to work there. No regrets. That's valid. I wouldn't have any regrets either. Shouldn't I do not like you. I do not mind you, but you're just my first. I tool to the touch. Alright, wooden panel time. Eight. Oops. Alright. Like this one, this one, and this one, and this one, and that one. I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that one either. Okay. And this. Oh boy. This one. I'm just gonna click random ones. I really wish I could toggle the toggle wireframe in paint mode. I don't believe you. Oh, there you go. Okay, never mind, I'll believe you now. You cannot hear Mariana. She has fallen. Eat Mariana. Eat Mariana. Eat Mariana. Mariana. Be silent. Here. Over here. We do the browns. I want to be touching one of these. Okay. Oops. Already? It's the first! No, it's the first! But it's just the first. You cannot hear Mariana. You cannot hear Mariana. Actually, it's the second here. Actually, suck my dick. I'm kidding. But I guess that's still not valid, actually. That's still not valid. Probably just a gunshot is crazy. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Probably wasn't a gunshot. Probably was just some fireworks. Baby, no attachment. Be deep in the passenger seat and you're eating me up. Casual. Your friends. Time is relative. Time is relative. Also, high cold. Check the fireworks from the 3rd to the 6th, but it's not even the 3rd over there. To be honest, so far it hasn't been bad. They're just usually more by now. People are cooling off a little bit this year, you know? Oh, baby, no attachment. Deep in the passenger seat and you're eating me up. Casual now. Tell your friends. Casual now. It's green. The purple should go there. It's usually a week on each side. That's valid. It's just too darn hot to go out even at night to pop off micro bombs. That's valid. Hi, Wacky. Too many of those. I can layer them. Oh, I'm so stupid. Just gonna go to the arcade, but because I have the day off. That's valid. You have the 4th off? Oh yeah, that makes sense, because, yeah, that makes sense. Purple. 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 A little bit more purple. Floor's looking good, thank you. I almost forgot to do it, but then I remembered because Kiwi the other day mentioned that Minecraft does this where it kind of just variates the colors just a little bit. So it looks like it has more dimension. I was like, ooh, that's a good idea. What we're doing. One more here. Put in purple. I have. There's one right here. One more right here. Yeah. Green. A little more green in places. I know my friends would hate me. You sucking on your dick. Pussy on a bitch. Yes, I do on a bitch. I want the screen here. Oh. A little bit less of this guy. Okay, not that much less. Okay, not that much less either. Okay. Oh, get out of here. Yeah, look at that variance. My webcam's working good. I'm just doing art because Minecraft was being a bitch. And might I say, this looks mighty nice. I'm a bitch. I'm gonna be that bitch. Don't miss it for the wall. This guy. Toggled wall. Door has all. I'll be that bitch. And so, Milk Club. Is it textures? Framework. God, I want to eat your art. Yay! That's like the best compliment I could have ever gotten. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm so excited. I want to have yummy art. Yummy art. Having yummy art is like the best. BZ has yummy art, and I'm like, oh, it'd be so full. It's so good. Yippee! I'm gonna keep y'all fed. Fuck yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so glad. Thank you, Vexed. I wonder why this is taking a while. There we go. Oh! Oh, this looks nice. I quite like this, actually. Oh! Actually, this looks really nice. Oh, this makes me so happy. I think this is, yeah, this is just flat color. And if we do full quality, not bad. I don't like the roughness of this, though. The roughness of the floor. Panels. I'm gonna change the roughness. I want the base to be this. And then these can be variants of that roughness. Yeah. Roughness and board variation should match. Yeah. Think that's better? Oh wait, I'm stupid. They don't have it plugged in, so I can't tell. I'm stupid. Normal, Y, roughness, occlusion. Oh, roughness, metallic. Wood beam, base color, normal. Oh, occlusion, M, B, G.
I love our house, Mom.
You do! I'm so glad! I love it too. I'm so happy. B. Okay, these guys are too much. They're too, like, makes sense, honestly. My fucking Armageddon. Way out. Change from just slight. I don't want it to be a lot. There we go. Now it's like slightly different. So Chopin. Armageddon. Okie dokie. Think, what do I want to do next? The small details need to be redone, and so do the plants. And I think I need to redo this guy too, the little lights. I think I need to invert the colors. I think other than that, though. Oh, and the curtains. We could do the curtains really quick. I don't know if the curtains have UVs, though. Select. I like it. I love it. Might not. They do! Maybe. Bake. Painting mode. Curtain fabric. Base color. Stylized. Edits. There we go. E. My preset. I'm not gonna have a normal or an emissive. New folder, curtains. Alright, and then we go to the curtain material, which is this one. We make it this color, okay. I don't know what we're listening to. Fuck. There we go. I just want to see it without it. Yeah, I think I want to bump up this color. Ooh, wait. Multiple things I need to edit. View isn't necessary. Like that. And then this one again. Black mask, add a generator. Curvature. Invert. There we go. Maybe a little bit less. That's better. What if, though, I went this one, invert true, make this a lighter color, make this a screen, reduce the balance, and then do soft light instead. I'll just take these two guys and put them down here. A little bit less. I don't actually know if that changed anything, but I still like it a lot. Thanks to Pixels for that one. I forgot what I'm doing now. Oh, file save, curtain, delete, curtain, fabric, open, milk club. Is it? It's this one. It's this one. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Remove this guy, and we add the new guy. Except we remove gradient this one. Eating seeds is a pastime. The city of our city. Yeah, I like the... Yeah, no, this isn't bad. Eating seeds is a pastime. Yeah, I like that a lot more. File save as. There's additional outfits. And then what is this a part of the cloak? Other assets is part of other assets. Other assets.